Chapter 699 Meteorite Sea. Chapter 699 Meteorite Sea. Canty of the Dark Devil Clan, Corpse Chief of the Corpse Clan, the Patriarch of the Ghostmark Clan, and the creature of the Dark Clan with the Een Spirit, Ghost Flame were the strongest four existences of the Grace mainland. Right now, they all were present in this desolate area. They had chased after the Demon Clan to this place despite the formidable explosion. Each of them had suffered different levels of damage. This time, they came here to ask the Demon Clan to pay a big price. As Bao Ao and Jie Ji saw these four, they were astounded. They didn't expect that those people were so stubborn. They knew they had no chance to overturn the situation once the first demon area was opened. But they still got here, which was beyond the Demon Clan's estimation. "Why do you need to do that?" Bao Ao frowned, but he seemed not worried at all. "Strong warriors of our Demon Clan are all here. Jie Ji and I can stop Canny and Corpse Chief. Zenith, you haven't restored your power yet. You can't recover the part you consumed. It's just a dream if you guys want to kill our Demon Clan. Don't make both sides bear damages. Nobody can gain anything in the end then." Bao Ao's words weren't meant to threaten them. Jie Ji's and Bao Ao's power was intimidating, which wasn't less than Canny's and Corpse Chief's. They could even gain the upper hand. That creature of the Dark Clan hadn't had a body yet. It just depended on so many Een spirits and wandering ghosts, so it wasn't enough to kill Bao Ao and Jie Ji. Bao Ao and Jie Ji were afraid of Zenith of the Ghostmark Clan the most. Anyway, Zenith hadn't had recovered fully yet. Facing many hotshots and beasts of the Demon Clan, he couldn't gain the upper hand. As the heaven and earth energy on the Grace mainland was about to run out, if Zenith continued to consume his energy, his recovery would be much more difficult. If he didn't have the competence of the King God realm, using his body's power to escape this continent would result in his death. Thus, if they wanted to fight until both sides got damaged severely, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Candy and Corpse Chief quieted down. However, they were still hostile towards Bao Ao and Jie Ji. Their eyes didn't show the emotions that humans should have, only the cold, murderous intention. A faint laughter came from the Een written charm scripture. "Bao Ao, is it the Holy Land in your hearts which could solve the matters of your sorrows and your clan's future? This is just a desolate area without a beam of energy. The 7 Demogorgon statues are all damaged. Do you really think that it's still your hope?" Bao Ao pointed at the door the blood vein ring had generated from Shi Yan's immortal demon blood while smiling. "We still have hope." Shi Yan stood there, hesitating as he was pondering if he wanted to get in there or not. He didn't know where that door would lead them to, but it was the solution the blood vein ring had given him. This exit was created by the energy of the 7 Demogorgon statues, stimulated by his immortal demon blood. Shi Yan wasn't so sure whether it was an effective solution or not. Canny and Corpse Chief looked at the door, their eyes brighter. "Where does it lead to?" Zenith had seen the door from the Een written charm scripture. Hearing Bao Ao mention the door, he seized the chance and asked. "Ghosts know," Bao Ao beamed a forced smile, "but I think it should be a solution. What do you think about getting in there and exploring instead of spending time quarreling here?" Canny and Corpse Chief kept silent. That gloomy halo didn't say anything, either. Zenith also kept his mouth shut, as if he were considering Bao Ao's suggestion. While standing in front of that door, Shi Yan had constantly checked the energy fluctuation from the 7 Demogorgon statues. Gradually, he found that the magical beam of energy maintaining that small door was getting weaker from over time. He sensed for a while, and his face paled. He said quickly, "This door can't be maintained for a long time. It will disappear due to lack of energy." Pausing for a while, Shi Yan suddenly shouted, "I don't care if you want to get in there or not. I gotta go now." Then his body flashed like a dark light, disappearing into that small door. At the moment he disappeared, A shaking energy wave transmitted to the door, and the halo the 7 Demogorgon statues were projecting got weakened by a little bit. Everybody observed carefully. Seeing that change, they were startled as they suddenly got it. After one person walked through the door, the energy that maintained the door would weaken by a little bit. In other words, the energy supplied to this door wasn't enough to let many people get through the door. After each entry, the energy would reduce. Once this energy was drained, the door would disappear. No one knew what stood behind that door. However, since this place was the first demon area, and that door was created by the last beam of energy from the top 7 Demogorgon statues, of course, it wasn't just a normal door. As the Grace mainland has come to the end of its energy cycle, all clans understood the situation and were trying to find the way out for their clans, to seek a chance to survive. Perhaps behind the door was a solution, or maybe it was perilous, but at least they knew they had a possibility. Bao Ao and Jieji were a bit hesitant. They exchanged looks, then dashed towards the door. They disappeared into the door after Shi Yan. The energy supporting that door got weakened the second time. If it continued this way, the door would disappear not long afterward. Bo Rua and Gu Desi exchanged looks, then harshly stormed forward, turning into 2 beams of light and disappearing. Corpse Chief and Kanta kept silent for seconds and then shot out. Right at the moment they started to move, the written charm scripture and the dim halo also flew towards that door. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For light silhouettes disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. Shattering sounds echoed from the 7 Demogorgon statues as they started to crack into smaller pieces, rumblingly. At this moment, as their energy had been used up, that door was dispelled. Many members of the demon clan were dumbstruck on their mounts. Many of Jie Ji's subordinates stormed to the door, but they couldn't find anything. They were all grim, as regret rose in their hearts. It was a vast space with many meteorites hovering in the dark, starry sky. Those massive meteorites suspended in the void motionlessly. Each meteorite was as big as an entire island in the Grace mainland. They were bare and smooth without a single grass. Those meteorites had many shapes. Some were connected with each other, but most of them were separated, hovering still in the void. They couldn't see the end of this space, in which uncountable meteorites floated still. Shi Yan stood on one of the meteorites, which wasn't small or big. His face was grimaced and darkened, as he was urging powers to cover his body. A fire flower sparkled out of Shi Yan's body. The scorching flame slowly arose, keeping his body comfortable. The meteorite under his feet was dark brown and rigid. There was no heaven and earth aura or air. This place was several times colder than the cold, bitter land. When Shi Yan appeared here, his body was stiffened, as if even his blood was frozen. His energy oozed, struggling slowly inside his body. Breathing was just a routine of warriors at his realm. It wasn't an essential condition to survive. The energy in their bodies was the root to protect their perpetual lives. Shortage of air wasn't important, and low gravity wasn't a matter. The most horrible thing was that this place didn't have any heaven and earth energy. This place was cold with radiation and unknown dangers. There were dozens of giant meteorites above his head, under his feet, in front of him, and behind him. Meteorites were everywhere. The nearest meteorite was around 1,000 miles away from him. In this dark space, energy tornadoes seemed to hide everywhere. Such kind of energy could even shake his soul. This place looked like a meteorite sea. Countless meteorites were scattered disorderly and chaotically, seeming to hide tremendous dangers. In front of Shi Yan's eyes, he often saw explosions in the farthest place naked eyes could see. The shock waves of those explosions transmitted from unknown distance and created formidable impacts that were like ferocious aura attacking people, cracking their hearts. Under his feet was a formation built of hundreds of giant bones. That formation was obviously broken, as Yen could see many broken bones. There was no energy moving anymore. Those bones, which still had energy, shimmered faintly. Not long afterward, Bao Ao, Jeji, Bo Rua, Gudasi, and Kenny appeared one after another, until Corpse Chief, the last one who emerged from the bone formation, arrived. The bones that still had energy shattered immediately. They exploded, leaving only dust. Under the energy impact, all bones turned into dust. In this weightless environment, bone dust was like sand grains scattering into the immense darkness. Bao Ao and Jie Ji appeared one by one. They immediately urged their power to protect their bodies from the bitter cold and created the power armor to avoid the unknown radiation. Candy and Corpse Chief weren't an exception. Zenith, who was hiding in the written charm scripture, seemed to mobilize his energy too. An immense, gray mist engulfed the written charm scripture, just like a cloak covering the scripture. However, the gloomy halo wasn't affected. No energy wave rippled from it. After 8 people from the first demon area arrived, they hadn't said anything yet as they were quietly observing the situation, dumbstruck. There was no heaven and earth energy to be supplied. Dangers were waiting everywhere, and they needed to use energy to protect their bodies continually in this cold, dark, vast area where energy tornadoes were hiding everywhere. This place was much more dangerous than the first demon area. Everything in their sight was perilously dangerous. "I think we've escaped the Grace mainland," Yen said after being frightened for a while. "This is the foreign land you've mentioned. However, our fortune seems not good, as we couldn't find the place with abundant heaven and earth energy. Perhaps this is where we bury our bodies." Everybody fell into silence. Chapter 700 Volunteer. Chapter 700 Volunteer. This place should be the foreign land, but it neither had the sun, moon, stars, nor usable heaven and earth energy. This environment was too extreme. It wasn't easy to survive in such a meteorite sea, let alone cultivating or breaking to the higher realms. It was just a dream here. The hope in their hearts collapsed directly as soon as they arrived. They had a feeling that they could never see the dawn again. For the time being, everybody kept silent. After a while, Candy of the Dark Spirit Clan suddenly shouted with his gloomy face, "Bao Ao, is this the place of hope you said? You've brought me to a dead road." Corpse Chief, Zenith inside the written charm scripture, and the creature with the spirit, Ghost Flame, got angry. Energy rippled from them, as if they wanted to take back justice. Bao Ao and Jie Ji couldn't snap back. Looking at the meteorite sea in front of them, which was even more desolate than the first demon area, they smiled miserably as they had no solution. "If we start a fight in this place, no one could get any benefits." Yen glared at the written charm scripture, talking faintly. "Without the energy to supply, when we fight, we can't refill our power. I think we will die earlier." Even if the true God Realm warriors used the top-grade essence crystals in the Grace mainland to refill their power, it was like putting salt into the ocean. Although Yen had many top-grade essence crystals in his storage ring, if they battled, those crystals couldn't supply the energy used by even one strike. If they ran out of energy, it was impossible to survive in this perilous area. His words worked. The 4 people calmed down their intention of attacking them. "Can we go back?" Zenith's feeble voice came from the written charm scripture. "The Grace mainland's our homeland. Although its energy was about to reach the end, at least we still have some. It's much better than this place. If we can return, I won't care about what your demon clan's done anymore." Bao Ao and Jie Ji beamed a forced smile while shaking their heads, as they had no way to come back. Yen snorted. "The bone formation has exploded into dust. How could we get back? Don't talk nonsense." Kid, it's all because of you. You're Sher Yen, right? You weren't nice at all in the Grace mainland. You killed my fellows. If you provoke me, even if I have to waste my energy, I will still kill you. Zenith shouted from the written charm scripture. Waves of soul fluctuation surged vehemently from the written charm scripture, like a soul tornado, engulfing Sher Yen. Sher Yen didn't change his face, but he was shivering inside. He could feel the sacrificial altar in his head seeming to be urged, as if it wanted to get out of his head. Zenith had reached the king god realm, but his energy had been lost significantly. That was why he couldn't take the upper hand in the battle with Bao Ao and Jieji. Bao Ao and Jieji were both at the third sky of True God realm, with one step in the King God realm. Before Zenith could recover his competence, he still would have to struggle hard. However, it wasn't a big deal to fight with Sher Yen. Zenith, you can try. I'm not sure who will die first. Jieji grinned, fiendishly, his face crazy. This man was inborn savage. He would never stand any threat. Bao Ao kept silent, but fighting was seething in his dark pupils. He looked like he would burst out insanely if someone provoked him. The demon clan was combative. It was the wildest and most ferocious clan among the big clans. Sometimes, even if they knew it would be harmful, they would drag the opponents to death together. As Zenith saw Bao Ao and Jieji protect Sher Yen, he was enraged. However, he didn't dare to call for a battle at this moment, so he kept his mouth shut. What to do then? Corpse Chief was calm. He spoke up when he saw the others were quiet now. Who knows how to get out of this place? Staying here isn't a good solution. We have no idea about this place, and we are consuming our energy every second. We can't endure for a long time. We need to find the exit quickly. Bao Ao shrugged, swinging his arms begrudgingly. I have no idea. This place is a meteorite sea. Seems like there's something outside the meteorite sea, preventing the stars from entering this place. If we can cross this meteorite sea, perhaps we can find the way out. Pondering for a while, Sher Yen suddenly said, However, I'm afraid of dangers hiding behind those meteorites. I don't know what would happen if we do that. Nonsense. Zenith couldn't help but scold. Who doesn't recognize the dangers in between the meteorites? Your words are useless. If you have the guts and you aren't afraid of death, you can try first. Let's see if you can cross it. Sure, Yen got angry as he harumphed. If you have a good solution, I want to hear if you don't mind. Zenith didn't say anything. We can only cross the meteorite sea. We have no choice, and we can't stay here for a long time. If we've consumed much of our energy, it would be harder to cross the sea, the dim halo suddenly said, after having been silent since the beginning. I can go there first. If it's too dangerous, I can always come back. He paused for a while and then continued. You, that human kid, you come with me. I don't have a body. I'm afraid I won't be able to sense dangers. If you go with me, we can see the dangers between the meteorites clearer. Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith got cheered up and nodded continually. Spirit, your suggestion is not bad. We agree, said Zenith. He didn't know what the name of the other was, but since he had the Spirit ghost flame, he always called him Spirit. The other had no objection, as he accepted this addressing. Candy and Corpse Chief nodded to show their agreement. No. Jieji suddenly laughed evilly. Good calculation, Spirit. You think we don't know you want Sher Yan's heaven flames? Aren't you still waiting for such a good chance to snatch Sher Yan's heaven flame to increase your power? Bao Ao beamed a faint smile. His attitude was clear he didn't agree. This way would benefit us all. Zenith couldn't help but talk from the written charm scripture. Bao Ao Jieji, if you don't agree, don't blame us for having no mercy. This way doesn't work, that way doesn't work. And you have no solution. Hurry up, or don't blame us later on. Spirit has volunteered, so of course, you guys have to find someone to cooperate with him. We won't let you take advantage of us, Kenny shouted. If Shi Yan can't go, you Demon Clan should send another one to try the dangers in between those meteorites. Send someone to replace him. We won't have any objection then. After Kenny said that, they immediately divided into two sides. Shi Yan and the Demon Clan was one team, and the other four formed the other team. According to him, Ian's spirit from their team had volunteered to go, so the Demon Clan should send someone to survey this area too. If Shi Yan didn't want to go, one from Bao Ao, Jeji, Borua, or Gudasi had to go with him. This was to be fair, they said. Bao Ao and Jeji wanted to stay something, but Shi Yan spoke up. I have no problem with that. He turned around, looking at the two leaders of Demon Clan, and chuckled. Don't worry. I think I can survive those energy tornadoes. What we worry isn't only the tornadoes. We are worried about someone else. Jeji put on his savage face, looking at Ian's spirit. Some beings are more dangerous than the energy tornadoes. You shouldn't take responsibility recklessly. These folks can trap you badly, you know? Normally, soul-class living forms could be immune to almost all kinds of dangers. Although Ian's spirit looked generous as he volunteered to take risks, he surely had some dark schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to drag Shi Yan with him. It's all right. I think people should be calm and honest in the given situation. Shi Yan grinned, and didn't wait for Bao Ao and Jeji to talk more. He said abruptly, I'm going now. I'll wait for you in there. You have to go, okay? Then, before Bao Ao and Jeji could stop him, he turned into a beam of light, shooting into the dark, cold void in front of them like a meteor. As soon as he got into the void, he disappeared immediately, and his living energy fluctuation seemed to vanish into thin air too. The hotshots standing on the meteorite couldn't sense him anymore. Everybody was startled as fear arose in their hearts. They were scared of the areas between those meteorites even more. Even though Ian's spirit had said that he wanted to pioneer that area, seeing the anomaly of space, he regretted his decision immediately. He lingered, not wanting to go anymore. Bao Ao and Jeji put on a cold visage. Evil light sparkled in their eyes, looking at that dim halo. Kanti, Corpse Chief, and the Ian-written charm scripture also looked at him, as if they were urging him to move. Ian's spirit had to go. He swayed at his spot for a while before gingerly flying towards the direction Shi Yan left. At this moment, everybody could see bunches of Ian spirits and wandering ghosts appearing from that dim halo. They were showing their fangs and claws, which could tingle people's scalp. After surveying the place, you should hurry to come back. We will discuss and find the solution. Zenith pretended to be nice, giving advice. Then he continued to talk calmly. Be careful. This foreign land's dangerous. Don't fall into any traps. Ian's spirit cursed under his breath. Anyway, he had no choice but to follow Shi Yan. Bao Ao's team exchanged looks. They quieted down, gazing at the cold, dark area in front of their eyes, releasing the soul consciousness to sense their journey in vain. Everybody felt more insecure. As anxiety rose in their hearts, their eyes got distressed, thinking that they were too careless in entering the foreign land this time. Chapter 701 Heaven Flames Fierce Battle. Chapter 701 Heaven Flames Fierce Battle. In the cold darkness, where Shi Yan couldn't see his own fingers, he floated lonely while his nerves were tense. He didn't dare to relax for even a fraction of a second. Flows of his soul consciousness were like the pure cotton threads releasing from his sea of consciousness. They were like invisible beams, scattering around to perceive the situation, just like his senses. This place was cold and quiet. He found no energy waves of living beings. Even though he hadn't approached the energy storm ahead of him, he was still cautious. Energy surged through his entire body, creating layers of thick energy armor, enveloping him completely. The energy waves transmitted in front of him were extremely furious. They were like countless exploding, twisted energy halo. Dangers were everywhere without a specific rule. There was no way to leave this place safely. The meteorite he had arrived on first was out of his sight at this moment. Using naked eyes, he couldn't find any of its traces. Without gravity, his speed wasn't held back. It was much faster than when he was in the Grace mainland. His body moved agilely like the willow catkin. He felt like some powers were supporting him at this moment. A wisp of eerie green light appeared behind him, and energy fluctuations of living beings became clearer. It was the creature of the Dark Clan, the one that had absorbed the Ean's spirit, Ghost Flame. He finally came. The other didn't hurry to approach Shi Yan, as he was bobbing and swaying 1,000 meters behind Shi Yan. It seemed the dim halo wanted to wait and see Shi Yan storming into the energy storm first, and then decide what he should do next. Shi Yan sneered in his head. He didn't care about the other, releasing a flow of soul consciousness to watch for any activities of Ean's spirit as if it were his eyes. If the other acted strangely, he would attack immediately. As the situation of this place was unclear, protecting himself from being ambushed was the top priority. Shi Yan understood this rule well. Although he didn't accelerate to the fastest speed, he soon approached an energy storm. Right at this moment, he halted. As if he had a tacit understanding, Ean's spirit still didn't catch up with him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters away from him, as if he had a precise ruler with him. While Shi Yan was discreetly observing his back, he was condensing his soul consciousness. 10 flows of soul consciousness twisted with each other to form a big bunch, maintaining the deep connection with his god soul. It then slowly entered the energy storm area. Bang! Fierce tremors were transmitted to him through his soul consciousness. The beam of soul consciousness he had released was pulled and torn, making his god soul tremble for a while, as his sea of consciousness surged abruptly. Shi Yan urged more soul consciousness from his sea of consciousness, pouring into the biggest beam to save it from being pulled into the energy storm. His god's soul felt a pain as if he had many needles pricking him at the same time. His energy became a little bit disordered. From 1,000 meters behind him, the Ean spirit emitted a deep green halo. He trembled, which showed that he had its soul energy fluctuating. Shi Yan was sensitive enough to detect that. He shuddered inside and didn't think much as he hastened to pull his flow of soul consciousness back. He wanted to change the power to deal with the attack from behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dark green shadows were standing out in the dark. They were the Ean spirits from the bottom of the sea in the 7-layered underworld, which were fostered by the dark sea and the dark chi. They were evil and bloodthirsty, storming towards him with their blade-like, sharp fighting will. Shi Yan turned his body abruptly. A flow of soul consciousness, he hadn't retreated, yet started to deal with the attack of the Ean spirits. A faint halo sparkled on the storage ring as the soul-gathering pearl appeared quietly in the dark. This bead was dark green, which helped it mingle well with the darkness, and it was hard to detect its location. As those Ean spirits had just been released, they hadn't reached the fastest speed yet. The soul-gathering pearl could catch them, dragging them towards it with some invisible forces. The Ean spirits cried and roared. However, their sounds didn't echo in the space. An immense blue flame emerged from the dim halo, releasing magical soul fluctuations that flew towards the Ean spirits. The immense blue flame had the ability to control Ean spirits and wandering ghosts. It was the Ean spirit, Ghost Flame, one of the heaven flames. His power poured into the Ean spirits, giving them the tremendous energy to get rid of the soul-gathering pearl's entanglement. They could cut off the bind immediately. The stagnant speed of the Ean spirits suddenly accelerated. They cried and screamed furiously, attacking Shi Yan. Their blade-like sharp will had intruded Shi Yan's sea of consciousness first. His seething sea of consciousness seemed to be fragmented by this kind of will. For the time being, Shi Yan's power Upanishads seemed to be broken apart, and it was hard to gather them again. The energy fluctuation of the 9 serenities, soul devouring flame on the heaven flame's altar section became clearer. The white jade flame suddenly engulfed the entire sea of consciousness, sweeping away the Yin spirit's will. Shi Yan was struck. As the soul bind was lifted up, he got the control of his sea of consciousness again. Too bad it was too late. Flows of Yin spirits dashed toward Shi Yan like big columns at fast speed, furiously banging into his chest. This heavy attack had blown him backward. Shi Yan discolored as he suddenly realized that he was wrong. That dim halo didn't want to bombard him, but to push him into the energy storm behind. It was obvious that the dim halo could sense the dangers inside that area. He also knew that Shi Yan had some support as he dared to volunteer. He didn't want to fight with Shi Yan out there, but actually use the perilous conditions inside the energy storm to wear out Shi Yan. Although Shi Yan knew his intention, he couldn't control his body during the fight, flinging backward and falling directly into one of the energy storms. Countless strange and distorted energies that he couldn't see enveloped him like a meat grinder. Under such fierce energies, layers of energy armors on Shi Yan's body sparked, as if someone was using many knives to slash him. Pain engulfed him, while he could only defend with his best under such furious attacks. His strong flow of soul consciousness that hadn't retreated yet from this energy storm returned to Shi Yan's body under the control of his god soul, disappearing into his sea of consciousness. He didn't dare to urge his soul consciousness one more time, so he had to mobilize the other powers in his body to protect his body and keep his mind safe and sound, to not make any mistakes. If his divine abilities were confined, his body's movement would be struggling. At that moment, even lifting his arms or legs would consume a lot more energy than usual. It was lucky that he had the tremendous powers in his body. Swaying in the powerful energy storm, he adjusted his body, giving up the idea of moving forward. He checked his powers and found that the amount of energy consumed was still acceptable. He couldn't see the dim halo or sense its exact location. He didn't know whether the other wanted to attack him or not. Shi Yan didn't hasten. He pulled himself together and then sensed things inside the energy storm. Eventually, he found that even though the chaotic, twisted energy in this area was harsh, it wasn't as hazardous as he had thought. He still could stand it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fire sparked in front of him, while a dim halo appeared in the energy storm. The twisted, disordered energy here seemed to not affect him. Countless Yin spirits and ghosts constituting his dim halo didn't get agitated, as if they weren't affected a bit. Mwahaha, I'm immune. Kid, getting into this storm. Let's see what countermeasures you have. The dim halo sent its soul fluctuation. This guy seemed to be very confident. Well, I'm not affected, but you are enduring the attacks from the energy storm every second. In this place you will be drained. Be obedient and hand out the heaven flames for me to eat, and I'll let you go. How does it sound? All right, Shi Yan grinned in his mind, sending his soul fluctuation. The 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame appeared from the altar in his sea of consciousness. The white jade flame was like the death which was summoning souls, releasing an energy that could burn all kinds of souls. Dozens of Yin spirits were moving towards Shi Yan quietly. However, when they saw the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, they desperately wanted to avoid it, as if they had seen a ferocious ghost. A fire circle expanded from the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame at the speed that was faster than the retreat speed of the Yin spirits. When the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame touched them, the Yin spirits cracked, turning into light spots of pure energy, scattering in the energy storm and disappearing shortly. It's the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. The dim halo was excited, and its soul fluctuation shot out everywhere. It's the best for me. The immense blue flame gradually emerged from the dim halo. A faint soul stayed in the center of the flame, which had a beam of the Een spirit, ghost flame's feeble soul on its forehead. This was the mark representing that he had absorbed the heaven flame. The flame that stormed out from the dim halo was urged by the faint soul inside the Een spirit, ghost flame. It was a member of the Dark Clan who could fuse completely with heaven flame to promote the flame power to the acme. Compared to the coexisting situation of Shi Yan and his heaven flames, this guy was more dangerous. The god soul of that Dark Clan's member also had 3 tiers, including the Sea of Consciousness, the particular dark river of the Dark Clan, and the god soul topping them all. This Dark Clan's member was apparently a high realm warrior. As he had the soul sacrificial altar, he had reached the true god realm, or even higher. The god soul sat neatly above the sacrificial altar, releasing a strong, surging soul energy. Blue flames meandered like spiritual snakes, covering many Een spirits and wandering ghosts. The 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame transmitted a soul-destructive soul energy, while the white jade flames enveloped Shi Yan. However, there were so many Een spirits and ghosts on the blue flames that the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame couldn't burn them all shortly. Shi Yan was in danger. Chapter 702, God Body? Chapter 702, God Body. Many Een spirits and ghosts were constituting the spiritual snakes, which carried the pure heaven flame power of the Een spirit, ghost flame. Those snakes flew swiftly and reached to Shi Yan in just a blink. In just a short amount of time, the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flames, white jade flame, had burned down many Een spirits and wandering ghosts. However, there were too many of them, so the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame couldn't burn them all instantly. The creature of the Dark Clan with its Een spirit, ghost flame, was also hurried, flying behind the spiritual snakes and dashing toward Shi Yan. At this critical moment, Shi Yan was held deep in the energy storm, where a significant consumption of energy was required to protect his body. He was struggling hard, revealing weaknesses here and there. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spiritual snakes had crossed the defense of the white jade flames. Shortly, they covered him with many layers. Flows of Een spirit, ghost flame with the Een spirits attached to his body. The immense blue flame tried to control his soul, which would prevent him from using his defending techniques. Boom! Fierce tremor transmitted from Shi Yan's god soul, which swayed on the altar, as if some invisible forces were trying to drag it out of the altar and his body. The creature of the Dark Clan was strangely happy. It continually sent him its soul fluctuations. Kid, you're seeking death yourself. Don't blame me for making both your soul and body perish. Get out. Shi Yan tried to press down the powerful vibration of his god soul. His thought flickered to connect to the heaven flame's soul, sacrificial altar. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse-vanishing flame flew out from the altar after they had received his order. The 3 heaven flames created a fire sea, covering Shi Yan entirely. An icy cold aura froze the blue flame on his body instantly. Right after that, the earth flame and the corpse-vanishing flame started to attack the spiritual snakes furiously. These 2 flames were using their intimidating energy to hit the snakes, making sparks scatter everywhere. In the beginning, the corpse-vanishing flame hadn't wanted to cooperate with Shi Yan. After it had been relocated to the sacrificial altar and received good benefits from him, the flame then became milder and accepted him. At this moment, just like the ice-cold flame and the earth flame, it had considered the heaven flame altar in Shi Yan's Sea of Consciousness its home, where it could cultivate and thrive. At this moment, as someone wanted to destroy his root, the flame, of course, wouldn't tolerate it. It used all of its powers to counter the enemy, without concealing anything. Among the heaven flames, the corpse-vanishing flame was a peculiar one, as it had an enormous death aura. Anyway, It had the same function as the power of death and life that Shi Yan had comprehended. The lethality of the flame's aura was formidable for the snakes created by the Yin spirits and wandering ghosts. Under the corpse vanishing flame's energy attack, the Yin spirits and ghosts became hazy, as if their minds were occupied by some unknown, evil forces. They all were controlled and made to halt in the void dully, as if they had been attacked by the body-fixing technique. They no longer released the soul energy attacks. The earth flame burned all the frozen souls. Under its scorching temperature, those Yin spirits and ghosts didn't resist. They were melted while screaming, but no sounds were heard. All Yin spirits and ghosts were afraid of the burning heat like the earth flame's power, which was their nemesis. Shortly, the Yin spirits' force was damaged badly, and their soul energy weakened drastically. Although all of them were heaven flames, the blue Yin spirit ghost flame was afraid of high temperature. It was struggling under the burning power of the earth flame, thus couldn't increase the power to control those souls. Shortly, Shi Yan's pressure was lifted, and his trembling god soul was calmed down for a moment. "You have more than one heaven flames," the Dark Clan's creature shouted. It was both excited and nervous. "Good. Excellent. I'm going to strike jackpot this time. After taking in those heaven flames, I can condense a body to swagger even in the foreign land." The three-tiered sacrificial altar of the Dark Clans suddenly shook. Energy, leaves fell from the altar, creating a leaf sea that snatched over Shi Yan. Each leaf had the power seal of the Dark Clan. Shi Yan could see the lines on the surface of those leaves. The powers that the sage of the Dark Clan had comprehended were urged, making his three-tiered sacrificial altar supernaturally dangerous. When the leaf sea covered Shi Yan, the power Upanishads in his altar became so chaotic that he couldn't mobilize the power to even defend. All forces in his body started to disorder. Inside the energy storm, Shi Yan had to gather his energy in every second to create the defense to keep himself safe from the attack of the energy storm. At this moment, as the powers of his body were all chaotic, he didn't have any effective method to resist the invasion of the energy storm. The energy armors around his body scattered. His body was exposed in the center of the energy storm. The tremendous devouring force surged furiously, entering his body and destroying his blood and flesh. Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit had been activated for a long time. At that moment, his flesh and blood turned golden. Bones of his entire body echoed cracking sounds, while energy seethed furiously in every muscle fiber of his. Under the skin-tearing power of the energy storm, Shi Yan felt pain as if countless worms were nibbling his body. Pain engulfed both his body and mind. However, even if he didn't have the energy protection, the bursting energy in his body could be considered supernatural. So, even though he felt an intense pain, his body stayed unharmed, maintaining a stone-rigid fleshy defense. People always tended to underestimate his soul and robust body. This body had experienced thousands of times of quenching with the petrification martial spirit and the immortal martial spirit. After taking in the golden marrow, he was much more durable than the other warriors in the same realm. He was much beyond people's imagination. Although he didn't have the energy armors anymore, he was still safe, and his body seemed to be enduring another time of forging and polishing in the terrifying cutting power of the energy storm, as numerous light spots sparked from him. It was like his body was under the process of being forged by so many hammers, which made it stronger and more vigorous. Shi Yan had a large amount of energy stored in his bones, internal organs, and tendons. After this struggling battle, many containers were broken, making energy overflow into his blood and flesh. His body became almost unbreakable. Gradually, Shi Yan's body seemed to adapt to the energy storm, as he didn't need to increase the energy to protect his body. He suspended in the storm while many beams of broken light were moving around him. He now looked like an illuminating object emitting a dazzling light. God body, how could it be? The creature of the Dark Clan had its soul tremble, as if someone had punched it. He felt a little bit distressed. To warriors who reached the King God realm, at the moment they broke through, they would take in a formidable amount of heaven and earth energy to refine their bodies one more time. After that process, they would have a god body that could move freely in the outer space and be immune to most of the chaotic powers of the place. The reason why Zenith of the Ghostmark clan and this creature of the Dark Clan didn't dare to escape the Grace mainland was that they hadn't obtained the god body, so they had to be afraid of the energy in outer space. Only condensing the body successfully would help them escape the Grace mainland safely. In Spirit wanted to take the heaven flame to use its power to quench his body. After that, he could enter the galaxy easily. Seeing Shi Yan expose his body without any energy to protect it, yet not being afraid of the energy storm, the Dark Clan's creature gawked, screaming instinctively. Normally, even the true God Realm warriors would have their bodies worn out in the energy storm of outer space, being scattered in this foreign land. He thought that if he could smash the protection around Shi Yan's body, Shi Yan would be crushed shortly. At that moment, his god soul and sacrificial altar would be exposed, which would make it easy to kill him. He clearly had a wrong assumption about Shi Yan's tenacious body. In the energy storm, Shi Yan adapted quickly. Without using any bit of his energy, his body sparked in the area, as he was safe and sound in the energy storm. As he didn't need to pay attention to protecting his body, Shi Yan was freed all of a sudden. He grinned, sending his soul fluctuation. Thank you. Without you, I would never know my body had been that tenacious. I'm free now, so we can play well, buddy. Shi Yan touched his chest. Starlight bloomed like a shower of meteorites from the sky. It condensed into many beams, darting towards the three-tiered altar of the Dark Clan's creature. At the same time, Shi Yan released the Death Intent Domain, condensing the Death and Life Seal and the Intent Domain that could destroy all creatures, covering the three-tiered altar. The creature on the altar felt annoyed, as if he had swallowed many flies. He got the feeling of spending too much for gaining nothing. Under Shi Yan's wave of attacks, he had to use the power Upanishads that he hadn't comprehended thoroughly yet. He used the soul energy to condense many dark god spears, underworld hand seals, the surging dark sea, etc. His soul energy was drained quickly, making his three-tiered altar shrink. This was the sign of significant loss of his soul energy. Different from Shi Yan, this creature didn't have a body, so it didn't have any energy from the body to use. While countering its opponent, it had to use the soul energy, which had been accumulated over so many years. He initially wanted to use the flame to refine his body, but he couldn't use it today. Also, it revealed his biggest weakness, not having a body. Come here. Come here. Come here, please. Shi Yan let out a crazy laughter as he was urging all powers in his body. He hovered firmly in the energy storm, releasing the power of stars, death and life to neutralize the energy that the other had condensed using his soul. Well, you want my heaven flames, right? I'm here, waiting for you. Shi Yan's soul energy became stronger. You want my heaven flames? I also want yours. Well, I want to see who will absorb whom. Chapter 703, Devouring Original Essence. Chapter 703, Devouring Original Essence. The creature of the Dark Clan was struggling hard under Shi Yan's counterattack. It wanted to dodge, but the other power Upanishads had distracted it. As a result, it couldn't react timely. The 9 Serenities' soul devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse vanishing flame had burned up so many flames of the Een spirit ghost flame, along with the Een spirits and the ghosts it had released. This prevented Ian's spirit from using the power of the heaven flame. He could only consume his soul energy to face Sher Yan's fierce wave of attacks. Space cutting blades. Sher Yan shouted, urging space power. He touched his forehead, and the power of space in the altar was shot out, combining with the power of his body. Space Upanishad seemed to control his essence chi, giving it a marvelous resonance with the Space Upanishad. A giant blade appeared above the soul altar of that dark clan's creature. Crack! The space-cutting blade slashed down, dividing the altar into two parts. It also had the soul of the dark clan's creature. He tried his best to gather his soul and recover the sacrificial altar with all his efforts, but the soul-gathering pearl seized the chance and dashed forward, trying to snatch its soul. Unfortunately, it was unknown why the soul-gathering pearl couldn't affect the god soul of that creature. It just couldn't devour the god soul. Sure, Yen didn't know that the soul-gathering pearl was the beast crystal of the soul-devouring beast, which was just a level 9 beast. At most, it could only swallow the souls of creatures at the same level. In other words, the bead could only take the souls of creatures at true god realm. If it were beyond this level, the soul-gathering pearl couldn't do anything. That creature's soul seemed to have reached the king god realm. Thus, only the soul-gathering pearl of a level 10 soul-devouring beast could capture it. Sure, Yen wasn't hurried, even though he saw that the bead was ineffective. He increased space power to create a bigger space-cutting blade. Then, he slashed the creature's soul many times to prevent him from gathering his soul again. Shortly, a surging, furious wave overflowed from his glabella. A special mark glowed on his forehead, releasing a strange energy fluctuation. That fluctuation released waves of a lively mark, which disappeared from his forehead and reappeared on the altar of the inner world 5 devils and his immortal demon blood. Boom! Sher Yan's sea of consciousness was shaken rumblingly. At that moment, his consciousness was blurry. His soul sacrificial altar flew out from his sea of consciousness, halting in front of him. He was startled. This terrifying event frightened him as he noticed a mark inside the altar, which was releasing strong vibrations, as if it were trying to create something. It seemed to be an extremely intimidating power Upanishad. The mark on his forehead had disappeared and reappeared on the altar, changing it continually. The foundation of this altar, which had been generated from his soul consciousness and the energy the inner world 5 devils had absorbed from the ruins of the 7 Demogorgon statues, was being reconstructed magically. In just a blink, the connection between Sher Yan and the 5 devils was cut off. The 5 devils seemed to be smashed down and congregated into the mark. This mark was having a terrific transformation. It twisted, creating a black hole that was diffusing a destructive, extremely evil aura. Swoosh! The soul-gathering pearl flew out, falling into that black hole. Inside the black hole, Sher Yan could see the eccentric energy moving, which terrified him, making him uneasy while watching this transformation. Vaguely, he found that he had some connection with the black hole, as he could use the god soul to control it. However, when he tried to do that, he figured out that he couldn't. Shortly, the soul-gathering pearl was smashed. The beast crystal of the bizarre soul-devouring beast turned into numerous light spots, disappearing into the black hole. The black hole twisted, releasing an evil and strange, massive suction force. At that moment, all energies in the center of the energy storm were affected. Countless Een spirits and wandering ghosts were drawn from the dim halo, disappearing into the black hole. Even the altar that the Dark Clan's creature had spent so many years to build was affected. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the suction force being drawn into the black hole. After several breaths, the Dark Clan's creature and the soul sacrificial were sucked up, including numerous Een spirits and ghosts. Nothing remained. As the intense blue flame was bound tightly by the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, the earth flame, the ice-cold flame, it couldn't move, floating in front of Shi Yan. The Dark Clan's creature had tried everything it could use to take Shi Yan's heaven flames. However, it ended up being dragged into the black hole, which had melted the inner world 5 devils and the soul-gathering pearl. This black hole was created by the power from the mark. Shi Yan was petrified. He didn't know what was happening. He only knew that his enemy had disappeared completely. Shi Yan was dumbstruck, looking at the black hole there. He vaguely sensed that the black hole also had many massive revolving vortexes, just like in his acupuncture points, to refine some energy. Shi Yan knew that the energy the black hole was refining came from the creature of the Dark Clan. The black hole hovered in front of him and then disappeared, reappearing in his sea of consciousness, staying where the soul sacrificial altar used to be. A magical power Upanishad was slowly generated from that black hole. Shi Yan used his god soul to sense, then changed his visage. That power Upanishad was called Devouring Original Essence. It could devour all kinds of energies. It was also the evilest, cruelest seal of Upanishad, whose nature was to destroy, demolish, and break any balance. This power Upanishad was the nature of the black hole, the core of the black hole, which was generated by the combination of the inner world 5 devils, the soul-gathering pearl, and the mark on his forehead. It was linked to Shi Yan's soul directly. Shi Yan was struck hard. He tried to calm down to perceive the essence of that power Upanishad. He sent his soul to the black hole, watching countless revolving vortexes as he was witnessing the derivative of the most eccentric, evilest power in the universe. Shi Yan's mind and God soul were clear as he was taking in the knowledge and comprehensions of this new power. He wanted to get a good grasp of its essence and how energy was mobilized while using this power. Losing its master, the Yin spirit, ghost flame, calmed down and didn't have any reaction. The 9 serenities soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse vanishing flame became the most talented and persuasive speakers, as they were releasing their soul fluctuation to communicate with the Yin spirit ghost flame. The immense blue flame didn't send out any energy fluctuation, as if it were listening to the other flames. After a while, the Yin spirit ghost flame seemed to be convinced. It turned into the original form, getting into Shi Yan's head through his eyes, together with the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse vanishing flame. The Yin spirit, ghost flame, then stayed together with the other 4 heaven flames on the heaven flame altar. It shone calmly, slowly fusing with the heaven flame altar. It then rooted, considering the heaven flame its new base to thrive. The Yin spirit, ghost flame, really liked its new situation. When it was forced to fuse with that creature of the Dark Clan, its liberty was snatched. The flame had to stay in the other's soul under the other's control. This wasn't fair at all. The flame's will, power, and soul were taken, so it had no means to resist or rebel. Whenever that creature of the Dark Clan fought with the others, he always used the flame's power first. The flame was enslaved, letting its master take in all it had. Of course, the flame didn't like it. It used to plan for an escape. However, once it was fused, the flame's soul and consciousness were confined. After several attempts, it got hurt badly and hadn't restored fully yet. The offer it had at this moment was totally different. Staying in Shi Yan's soul sacrificial altar meant it was equal to Shi Yan. Also, it could take Shi Yan's blood, soul energy, and soul consciousness to nurture itself. And it could thrive to evolve later on. Only when Shi Yan was in danger would he use the flame's power. Anyway, Shi Yan wouldn't use all of its power to resist the enemies. It would only happen in some particular cases. Only when Shi Yan needed it the most would he use the flame's power. This was a win-win solution which benefited both sides. It wasn't like the previous time when it was in a passive situation, constantly consuming energy alone. Of course, the current situation was what the flame wanted. Thus, under the enticement of the other 4 heaven flames, the unowned Een spirit, ghost flame, had proactively fused with Shi Yan's heaven flame altar, which would be its new home. The flame felt contented and secure. Shi Yan was surprised that the 4 heaven flames had tried to draw more support for him. He didn't need to persuade the new flame, and everything went smoothly. The Een spirit, ghost flame, had become a new power in his heaven flame altar. Shi Yan was delighted with this result, thinking that it was worth his good treats for the 4 heaven flames. It was easier if the 4 heaven flames helped him to convince their kind. The heaven flames calmed down, but their altar had expanded. Energy moving inside it was obviously more vigorous, which benefited him a lot. His god soul seemed to sublimate, becoming denser and cleaner with a new power. However, the black hole was still refining energy next to the heaven flame altar. Countless vortexes were still revolving crazily with the mysteries of the devouring original essence. This made him both scared and happy. Gradually, a magical wave of energy started to diffuse from the center of the vortexes in the black hole. Those waves had accelerated the devouring speed of the black hole, then overflowed to Shi Yan's sea of consciousness, the altar of heaven flames, and the altar of seals of Upanishad. His sea of consciousness expanded continually. Flows of soul consciousness under that energy's urge had generated more pure flows, which increased the area of the sea of consciousness. Shi Yan now had more soul consciousness to use. The 5 heaven flames were dancing with the support of that energy as if they were boosted. Each of them looked delighted and excited. The altar of the seal of Upanishad, created when Shi Yan had broken through the true God realm, also gained benefits. The 3 powers were purified, making Shi Yan understand them to a whole new level. Chapter 704, The Road of the Vanguard. Chapter 704, The Road of the Vanguard. Shi Yan had a marvelous change in his head. Seeing the new subtle power Upanishad, Shi Yan became more excited. Shi Yan found that newly formed black hole was similar to his mysterious martial spirit, as it could devour energy, filter it, and provide him many benefits. This eccentric and evil ability could make him unlimitedly strong and increase his cultivation speed tremendously. Shi Yan suddenly felt that the fundamental power Upanishad, as well as the core of the blood vein ring and the mark on his forehead, were a mystery. The sea of consciousness, the seals of Upanishad altar, and the heaven altar had been benefited from the energy of the black hole, which helped them thrive and change. Shi Yan had concentrated on the black hole to perceive the essence of the devouring original essence, to comprehend the evilest power in this entire universe. He could vaguely feel that it was the biggest opportunity that perhaps could change his entire life. On the meteorite, Bao Ao, Jia Ji, Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were waiting in silence. Those people were the peak existences in the Grace mainland. However, after they got to this foreign land, they found dangers hiding everywhere. Even if they didn't move, it would still cost their energy. They all had a feeling of having a big failure, as they thought that they had made a wrong move getting here this time. They shouldn't have been that reckless. How long it has been! Jia Ji was bored as he thundered. Stupid Shi Yan, why did he need to be that stimulated? That Dark Clan's guy isn't a good guy. He wanted to aim at him. Harumph! Shi Yan shouldn't brag about himself. That Dark Clan's guy is about to kill him. Bao Ao had a headache. It's been so long. If that guy were quick enough, he would have succeeded already. Anyway, I always feel that Shi Yan must have some support if he's that confident. Perhaps he could win, who knows? Both of them understood that Shi Yan and that Dark Clan's creature should have had a battle already. They both had heaven flames, the magical flames of the Grace mainland. Due to the special feature of those heaven flames, it was destiny for Shi Yan and that Dark Clan's guy to combat to gain greater power. However, Shi Yan was on the disadvantaged side. At least, from what they could observe, Shi Yan wasn't as strong as the other. He would be knocked down soon. Bao Ao and Jieji could see that before the Dark Clan's creature had his body destroyed, he should have had a really high realm. Otherwise, with only the Een spirits and the wandering ghosts, he would never have such confidence. Candy, Corpse Chief, and Zenith in the Een written charm scripture didn't make any strange moves, as if they had predicted Shi Yan's pathetic results. In their thoughts, the one who could return from the energy storm must be the Een spirit. As he only had the soul form, he could be immune to most of the energy attacks in this space. Moreover, his realm was higher. In the energy storm, killing Shi Yan was as easy as flipping his hand. They didn't say anything because they were afraid that Bao Ao and Jieji could get crazy and attack them. That was why they didn't want to provoke the others and cause a dispute at this moment. This group of people was waiting in silence for an obvious result with different thoughts. Time continued to fly. The energy they had was draining fast. After each second, their energy was drained a little bit. There was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, which made it hard to tell the time. They could only be waiting begrudgingly. Long, long afterward, a beam of light flashed in the icy cold darkness in front of them, which carried a faint streak of Een spirit's energy. Canty cracked an eccentric smile as he said indifferently, "Een spirit's back. I hope he found something and could give us good news." Corpse Chief and Zenith felt comfortable as they had seen the result eventually. In their eyes, if Shi Yan hadn't started at first, they wouldn't have come here. Such a big mistake. In this harsh situation, these people didn't have any good impression of Shi Yan. They were so hostile that they wanted to see Shi Yan die as soon as possible. Bao Ao and Jie changed their countenance. They also sensed the Een spirit's energy from that beam of light. Gradually, that light became clearer. After a flash, they saw a muscular body. Candy and Corpse Chief gawked, not believing in their own eyes, their faces astounded. Zenith in the Een written charm scripture was terrified, sending his cold voice. F***CK it. This is F***King Bad. Bao Ao and Jieji were struck. They couldn't press down their cheerily crazy laughter. Even Bo Rua and Gudasi of the Demon Clan had put on an arrogant visage as they suddenly felt a cheerful feeling. That person had a body, so he must be Shi Yan. Not only that, he had the Een spirit's aura on his body. He did it on purpose. Shi Yan descended on the meteorite, standing next to Bao Ao and Jieji. He threw a glance at Kanta and Corpse Chief, then shifted his eyes to the Een written charm scripture. Suddenly he said, "You guys seem to be quite surprised." Candy and Corpse Chief grimaced. The Een written charm scripture shuddered as they heard Zenith's voice again. "Where's Een spirit?" Shrugging his shoulder, Shi Yan put on a dull countenance, shaking his head. "Ghost knows. I didn't see him in the energy storm. Maybe the energy of outer space has crushed him into ashes? Haha. The energy storm has a special energy. Different kinds of energy often explode chaotically. Well, since he doesn't have a body, he could be harmed." Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith kept silent. They understood that Shi Yan was babbling to deceive them. He had the Een spirit's aura on his body, so it was impossible that he hadn't met the other. What Shi Yan meant was obviously the announcement of his triumph. He won. The Een spirit's aura on his body was the explicit evidence. The fact that he could come back alive had proven it. He released the Een spirit's aura just to make it clear to Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith. They could see clearly that he had taken something from the other. "Kid, you're awesome." Ji patted his shoulder, excitedly, laughing out loud. "So excellent. Haha, with our demon clan having a genius like you, I can already see the prosperous future of our clan already." Shi Yan smiled brightly, then nodded and replied seriously, "I think so." Well, he wasn't humble at all. Candy, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were so indignant they wanted to vomit blood. They felt annoyed, as they knew they were tricked. However, at this moment, they didn't say anything bad or shout to ask for a battle with Shi Yan. The fact that Shi Yan could kill Ian's spirit and take his heaven flame was enough to prove the powers he had. They shouldn't underestimate him. Candy, Corpse Chief, and Zenith weren't sure that they could defeat that mysterious creature of the Dark Clan in the energy storm, let alone kill him. Shi Yan's had proven that his competence was no less than theirs. As Ian's spirit was gone, they only had 3 on their side, while the Demon Clan had Shi Yan, Bao Ao, Jeji, and 2 warriors at the second sky of True God Realm. This force was apparently enough to fight face to face with them. The situation was changing in silence, making the 3 anxious. They felt it was getting worse after every second. "How is the situation over there?" Candy stayed quiet for a while and then asked Shi Yan. "The energy storm's really strong and perilous. Once you get in there, it will bind and twist your body. I think you guys can cross it, but you have to consume more energy anyway." Shi Yan smiled, but he didn't continue to tease them. "I think we have no choice. We have to get there. Waiting here isn't different from waiting for death." Pausing for a while, he looked at Bao Ao and Jeji. "Shall we go now?" Bao Ao and Jeji, of course, trusted him. They nodded immediately after he asked. "All right, then we go first." "About them, just let them choose." Shi Yan smiled, jumping off the meteorite where he had just landed not long ago. Bao Ao, Jeji, Bo Ruo, and Gudasi didn't hesitate a bit, following him and heading towards the center of an energy storm. "What do you think?" Zenith asked Canny and Corpse Chief. The other 2 hesitated for a while. They all knew that they had no solution as they gazed at the energy storm not far from them. "Be careful. We shouldn't provoke that kid. I can see he isn't afraid at all. When we get into the energy storm, don't quarrel with him. Don't give him an opportunity to ambush us." Zenith pondered for a while before giving a reluctant suggestion. Actually, he felt fear fill up his heart. He couldn't deny that he had underestimated Shi Yan's competence. As he finally got it now, he had to adjust his direction one more time. Canny and Corpse Chief weren't stupid, and they both agreed. The 3 of them then prepared for a while and followed Bao Ao's group, jumping into the icy cold darkness. When the 3 of them crossed the safe area to reach the energy storm, they could see Shi Yan with so many light spots twirling around him. He was safe and hadn't slowed down his speed at all. Quite the contrary, Bao Ao, Jeji, Bo Ruo, and Gudasi, the 4 top experts of the Demon Clan, were struggling in the energy storm. At first glance, the other 3 felt their souls struck miserably, as they felt that they had made wrong assumptions about the young man. If he could be safe and sound in the space energy storm, how strong was his body's durability? What level had he reached? How come the Grace mainland had such a freak like him? It was obvious that he had just reached the first sky of True God Realm. How could he refine a body that was immune to the energy of outer space, which equaled the toughness of the God body? The 3 of them were anxious all of a sudden, as they could see the way ahead was filled with dangers, especially as they were accompanied by a freak like Shi Yan. Their original plan was over. They had to hasten to think about new solutions as fast as possible. Chapter 705, Mining Area in the Foreign Land. Chapter 705, Mining Area in the Foreign Land. This group of people slowly advanced in the energy storm. Different from Shi Yan, who was moving at ease, Bao Ao, Jeji, Kenny, and Corpse Chief were struggling in the center of the energy storm. They had to use more energy to deal with its tremendous attacks. Shi Yan was calm, staying behind Bao Ao's team. He often checked out Candy, Corpse Chief, and Zenith in the written charm scripture. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Kanti and Zenith were a little bit tense. In the energy storm, they all needed to consume a huge amount of energy to protect their bodies. However, Shiryen wasn't affected at all. If they had to battle here, they would receive a significant loss. They were afraid that Shiryen had borne a grudge against them and could ambush them at any minute. They were uneasy the whole way, maintaining a safe distance from Shiryen. After a while, as they could see that Shiryen didn't care about them, they finally could relax their tense nerves. Inside the energy storm, everybody had to spend a significant amount of energy. Eventually, they had crossed the area, landing on another meteorite. This meteorite was almost identical to the one they had stayed earlier. It was cold and dark. They saw no living energy, and they had to consume their energy to resist this harsh ambience every second. After Shiryen steadied his body, he frowned while sensing. Then he said, "Nothing's here. We should continue." Then he took the lead and jumped into the cold darkness again. Bao Ao's team didn't say anything, following him into the dark. Kanti, Corpse Chief, and Zenith knew this trip wouldn't turn out into a good one. They would have no way back, so they could only move forward. They needed to see if they could find anything in the next meteorite. They followed Shiryen, consuming their energy to advance further in the dark. After crossing more than 10 meteorites, even their cultivation base at their high realm couldn't endure anymore. All of them had spent at least half of their energy. Bo Rua and Gu Desi appeared unable to endure anymore, their faces paling. Although they didn't say anything, it looked like they couldn't endure for much longer. Bao Ao and Jie Ji were grim. Looking at the endless meteorite sea in front of them, they only felt bitter. Kanti, Corpse Chief, and Zenith didn't say anything either, while they checked their bodies begrudgingly. At this moment, despair gradually expanded in their hearts, as they thought that they would never cross this meteorite sea to find a way out. Keep moving. Staying here also consumes our energy. Although we don't know what's waiting for us ahead, we have no choice. Shiryen mused for a while and then sighed, storming forward. They knew they had no other way around. They could only continue that way. They all jumped into the energy storm, heading towards the biggest meteorite they saw. Crossing the energy storm, as soon as Shiryen landed on the meteorite, his eyes brightened. He shouted, "I can sense someone had been here before." Bao Ao and Jie Ji were behind him. They were struck on hearing his words. Not long after that, Bo Rua, Gu Desi, Kanti, Zenith, and Corpse Chief appeared. They were stirred up, looking at the meteorite with a flame of hope in their hearts. The meteorite they were standing on was a little bit bigger than the immortal island in the endless sea. There were so many burrows digging into the core of the meteorite. Big rocks were scattered at the entrance of those big burrows. It was obvious that someone had exploited this area. Everybody got cheered up, releasing their soul consciousness towards those caves to see if they could find anything alive. However, they were disappointed on seeing no energy, fluctuation of living things. Although someone was here before, they had left already. As Shiryan's team didn't know their exact location, it was harder to find a better solution. "I'm going to the cave and check it out," Shiryen pondered, then decided to pioneer. He flew to a cave in front of them. He entered deeper into the meteorite, seeing so many complicated turns and channels. At the end of the road, he found many concave spots on the wall of the tunnel. It seemed someone had taken the crystals or something from those concave spots away. It should be some kind of mineral. He observed for a while and came up with that conclusion, then returned. He entered another cave and found the same traces of exhausted exploitation. Shiryen didn't linger there. He returned from the caves, standing next to Bao Ao as he said, "This meteorite should have some strange mineral." It was a mineral mine. However, they had exploited it all. That's why we found no one here. As Bao Ao heard his conclusion, he felt better. He smiled and consoled himself. If we find streaks of living things here, it means we're going in the right way. If they can visit here and leave safely, we can, too. As long as we can find the traces of people operating in the area, we can confirm that this place isn't a dead place that has no hope. Everybody agreed with him. They felt better, as they felt like they could see hope here. Move. We need to continue. Perhaps we will find the mines that aren't emptied out yet. Perhaps we can find someone there, Shiryen suggested. Canny, Zenith, and Corpse Chief didn't reject his opinion. They nodded silently, honestly approving of his suggestion for the first time ever. Everybody continued to move forward. They then crossed other 7 meteorites, of which 3 had the traces of exploitation. Everybody was cheered up, even though their energy was about to drain completely. They continued moving forward. Later on, they reached a giant meteorite. As soon as they landed, everybody got happy. They immediately sensed the streak of living beings. They hurried to move to the area where they detected the living aura. Then they saw many massive caves connected to the core of the meteorite. The living fluctuation they had sensed came out from those caves. They could detect the others, and the others seemed to find them too. Not long after that, an ear-splitting explosion arose. Beasts that looked like they were made of piles of rock appeared from the caves. This kind of a beast was around 10 meters long, with a lozenge shape and a sharp, pointy head. They also had terrifying, knife-like teeth. They had never seen these kinds of beasts in the Grace mainland. A dim light flickered in the beast's eyes, while they diffusing a massive aura and glaring at Shiryan's group. A shout arose from the caves. Not long afterward, 7 people emerged from the cave. They were the members of the Dark Spirit Clan, Human Clan, and Ghost Mark Clan. Those people had an outstanding diamond-shaped mark on their forehead. They seemed to belong to the same force. The leader was a member of the Dark Spirit Clan, whose energy movement was formidable. The energy intensity of his body was much more intimidating than any experts Shiryen had met. That man wore a dark gold robe, hiding his hands in the loose sleeves. He was an old man with white hair draped over his shoulder. His cold eyes gazed at Shiryan's team right when they got out of the cave. Under his gaze, everybody was extremely uneasy, as if a giant, ferocious beast of the antiquity was looking at them. This feeling was so annoying. King God Realm, Bao Ao muttered, his face changing dramatically. Shiryen shuddered. Divine light sparkled in his eyes as he immediately gathered energy, quietly staying alarmed. Where are you from? The Dark Spirit Clan's leader coldly looked at the other and said in a low tone. However, he was imposing like a god watching his creatures, nonchalant but harsh. We are from the Grace mainland. We've just arrived at the Meteorite Sea. But now we're lost. Bao Ao took one step forward and replied to the old man carefully. Where is this place? I wonder if you could show us the way to survive here? The way to survive? That man chuckled. He contemplated for a while and then nodded, his eyes musing. There's a way to survive. However, you have to be obedient. Otherwise, it's your dead way. Understand? Shiryan's team discolored. They discreetly observed the other 6 people. They were all scared. The other 6 included members of the Dark Spirit Clan, Human Clan, and Ghost Mark Clan. They were the warriors at the peak of True God Realm, and all of them had a dangerous aura. Only the leader had the King God Realm. Anyway, that old man alone could kill all the members of Shiryan's team, let alone the other 6. In this battle, they had no hope to win. Master Anmu, that scripture isn't bad, haha. A young man of the Ghost Mark Clan chuckled. Magical tattoo appeared on his face as he admired the written charm scripture. He muttered, Master, you've agreed to give me something. The Dark Spirit Clan's leader was called Anmu. He just grinned, raising his hand and snatching at the void. A tremendous flow of energy that could make a mountain collapse gushed out furiously from his palm. The written charm scripture was grabbed, falling into Anmu's hand. Get out. Don't make me do that. Anmu held the written charm scripture, talking faintly as if he had no emotions. A thin, pale figure emerged from the written charm scripture. He was as feeble as a willow catkin in the wind. The old man shivered, his eyes frightened. That was Zenith's body being exposed for the first time. It seemed he couldn't adapt to the outer world, as he was moving his limbs oddly. King Godrealm, not bad. You're a hotshot. Unfortunately, your energy has been drained too much, and you haven't attained the god body yet. Not much of a threat. Anmu contemplated for a while as if he were considering whether to kill Zenith or not. Anyway, he didn't do anything. After Zenith got out of the scripture, he threw it to the young man of the Dark Spirit clan. Take it. This toy isn't good enough, but it's still good for you. The young man was cheered up on taking the scripture. He sensed it for a while, and then joy filled his eyes. Ah, it has a low-level inheritance, which I've never seen before. Not bad indeed. Ha! I finally got something in this trip. Zenith turned ashen. His lips convulsed, but he didn't resist. He understood that once he resisted, he would be killed directly. Both the realm and powers of the others were stronger than his. Even if he could restore his power, he would have never had a chance to win, let alone his current status. He could only accept his fate. Chapter 706. Forced to exploit the ores. Chapter 706. Forced to exploit the ores. Shi Yan's team grimaced, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They were discreetly careful, and their hearts seemed to be hung loose. They had to take notice of the 7 people in front of them. Even Jieji, who was always crazy and bold, was calm at this moment. He didn't dare to talk anything offensive. Everybody could see the gap between their powers. Only their King Godrealm leader was enough to kill Shi Yan's team. They had no way to resist in this case. Shi Yan mused. He felt a big pressure as he suddenly recognized that it wasn't easy to live in the outer space. Moving back and forth in outer space without being affected by the energy storm proved that the others weren't weak at all. Zenith had the highest realm among them, but he didn't dare to resist when the other snatched his written charm scripture. Apparently, he understood their current situation well. While they kept silent, the 7 people on the other side were also quiet, as though they were considering what to do with them. Anmu, the leader, frowned. His gloomy eyes raked through Shi Yan's team. After a long time, he said, Deka, give each of them a piece of low-quality divine crystal. Let them restore their state, then make them exploit the ores for us. The Dark Spirit clan's young man, who took the written charm scripture, grinned and answered, Master Anmu, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them. Anmu nodded, talking to Bao Ao and Shi Yan. Help us exploit this mine. I will consider giving you a way to survive. Yeah, we will see your performance. You guys should seize the chance to live for yourself. Then, Anmu turned around and walked to the cave. The 5 peculiar beasts roared and then followed him like sharp drills. Right after that, cracking and grinding noises came from the caves. It seemed they were breaking and grinding big stones. The 5 experts of the Dark Spirit clan, Human clan, and the Ghost Mark clan scanned Shi Yan's team with a cold face. Then they followed Anmu and got back deep inside the meteorite. The Dark Spirit clan's young man, called Deka, grinned after the others had left. 8 thumb-sized black crystals emerged from the ring on his finger. They looked like black glass with enormous energy moving inside. From his hand, the 8 crystals flew out, falling towards each member of Shi Yan's group, respectively. Shi Yan frowned, snatching the black crystal. He released his soul consciousness to sense for a while, and got stunned immediately. A marvelous kind of energy was moving in the core of this thumb-sized crystal. This energy wasn't similar to the essence crystal in the Grace mainland, as it could be converted to any energy that was suitable for the users. This feature was strange indeed. He observed discreetly and found that Bao Ao, Jie, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were both happy and scared at the same time, their eyes complicated. They had crossed a long way, passing many meteorites. The energy in their bodies was about to drain, especially Bo Ruo and Gudasi. At this moment, they were like the dying oil lamp without any supply. As they were given a crystal containing such massive and marvelous energy, they were overjoyed. Besides feeling happy, they were also getting more anxious and afraid of this group of strangers. It was just a low-quality divine crystal that was as big as a thumb, but the energy it stored was so intimidating. This showed that not only the others were strong, but they were also filthy rich. It wasn't easy to shake them. You guys should use the divine crystals to restore your energy first. Then, you will follow me to take the ores. Don't resist or annoy us, or else. Mwahaha. Dekka's threat was obvious. Then he squinted and sat down cross-legged, took out a fist-sized divine crystal, and started to absorb the energy from the stone. Shiryen, Bao Ao, and Jie exchanged looks. As they found that they had no choice, they sat down and started to absorb the energy from their small crystals. It was just a thumb-sized divine crystal, but the energy it stored was massive. Shiryen slightly urged it, and a torrential flow of energy rolled towards him, flooding his essence, Qi ancient tree in his tummy. Shiryan's soul consciousness checked the tree and saw the branches, which had been withered, become jade white again, shining with abundant energy. After around 1 hour, Shiryen had restored all the energy he had consumed. His mind, soul, and qi peaked again. Among this group, Shiryan's realm was the lowest, so the energy he had in the essence Qi ancient tree was the least. That's why he was the first one who finished recovering. Looking at the low-quality divine crystal with some remaining energy in his palm, Shiryen felt odd. He recognized that there were endless mysteries in outer space. Different from him, Bao Ao and Gu Desi couldn't recover that quickly, especially Zenith of the Ghost Mark clan. To him, this low-quality, thumb-sized divine crystal was just like a grain of salt in the sea. The energy of his divine crystal had turned into the mysterious Yin Qi in his body, but it could only make him feel better. He still needed a lot to condense the god body. This low-quality divine crystal was enough to restore the consumed energy of Gu Desi and Bo Ruo. To Shiryen, a warrior at a lower realm, it was a little bit abundant, but to Bao Ao and Canny, whose realms were higher, it wasn't enough, and it couldn't restore them to the peak. Yin quietly observed for a while. He understood what the others had planned. As Gu Desi, Bo Ruo, and Shiryen were at lower realms than the third sky of True God realm, even if they could restore their full energy, they couldn't cause any threat to Anma's team. But Bao Ao, Jie, Canny, and Corpse Chief were at the peak of True God realm. If they could recover fully, it would be a problem. Zenith used to have the cultivation base of King God realm. If they let him recover to his peak, he would give a big headache to Anmu. That was why they had given them the low-quality divine crystals to hold Zenith and Bao Ao down. They didn't want to see this group restore to the peak, which would bring them unnecessary problems. Shiryen waited for a while. Gu Desi and Bo Ruo had restored their energy, so their faces looked better. The crystals on their palms had no energy remaining. Not long after that, Bao Ao and the others had used up their divine crystals. They stood up, but they seemed not fully satisfied. Zenith was the last one who finished. His visage was still grim. He stood up, looking at the young man of his kind with a mournful face. "We are from the same Ghost Mark clan. Why do you need to make it hard for me?" Dekka laughed evilly, his eyes musing. "At first glance, I knew you're from the low-level continent. You're so boring, talking about racism. We don't talk about races here. Every race is the same. We only consider the realm and powers. We don't care about races." Shi Yan's eyes brightened. From Decca, he knew the way he had done in the Grace mainland for every clan to live together in harmony was correct. Don't try to befriend me. Don't babble either. Work more. You should seize the chance to survive for yourself. Decca waved his hand, not giving Zenith time to talk more. He continued tenderly, Master Anmu isn't an easy person to talk with. He let you live, so don't mess things up. If you enrage him, mwahaha, I think you will suffer something more grating than death. We, the Troop 17, are kind enough. If you meet the other troops, perhaps you will be killed shortly. Then Decca pointed at a cave under his feet and talked faintly. Come with me. I will teach you how. He took the lead and jumped into the cave. Shi Yan's team exchanged looks. They shook their heads begrudgingly and followed the young man. Shortly, they arrived at the core of the meteorite. They saw one of the beasts of that bizarre kind, which was crushing the rigid stone crazily, digging deeper into the meteorite. The beast had a sharp, pointy head that seemed to be able to break everything, as it had an innate power to crush stones. The way the beast bumped into the stone wall was like someone hitting a block of tofu. It pierced through the wall easily. Shi Yan's team became grim. When they had just arrived at the previous meteorite, they had tried to dig the stone there. They were surprised to see that Bao Ao and Jia Ji couldn't even break the stone that easily. It was only a beast, but it could swagger here and there. The force behind those beasts should be really tremendous. According to Decca, the 7 of them were Troop 17. So, they had at least 17 troops that came here to exploit ores. Each troop had many members. If the leaders were all at Anmu's realm, everyone could imagine how intimidating a force that was. Everybody felt their hearts getting heavier. Those beasts continually broke the stone, digging deeper into the thick stone. It stopped from time to gather energy, then continued the work. This stone wall seemed to never end. It had many 5-colored spots on the wall, which looked really beautiful. Under the beast's crazy activity, those 5-colored spots cracked. Fingernail-sized pieces of this 5-colored material scattered everywhere. Look carefully. Use your energy to cover them. Don't let those small pieces be exposed for too long. Only using power could save them from disappearing. Decca suddenly shouted. His 10 fingers folded and then unfolded. Wisps of light flew out, covering each 5-colored stone. Shi Yan observed and found that those 5-colored stones would have light oozing like running sand from its surface. After those light spots fell on the ground, they disappeared instantly. It seemed like those small pieces couldn't be exposed for a long time. Otherwise, some special effects in the stones would be drained bit by bit. Follow me and use the energy to cover the 5-colored perish essence. Then slowly put them into your storage ring, Decca shouted, his eyes as swift as electricity. He turned, glaring at them coldly. If you can collect enough 5-colored perish essence, Master Anmu can let you live. He perhaps will give you more divine crystals to recover. Otherwise, you know what would happen. As Candy and Zenith heard him, they changed their countenance, quickly following his operation to collect the 5-colored stones first. Chapter 707, The 3 Major God Realms. Chapter 707, The 3 Major God Realms. Shi Yan's team stayed inside the meteorite, exploiting ores and consuming energy every day. They didn't notice how much time had passed. Whenever the energy in their bodies was drained, Decca would give them a piece of low-quality divine crystal so they could restore their powers. Then they had to go back to work. Decca only gave them the thumb-sized divine crystals. He had never given them anything bigger, which kept Bao Ao and the other High Realm warriors from restoring their full powers. Shi Yan, Bo Ruo, and Gudasi had a relatively low realm, so they could use these low-quality divine crystals to restore their full energy. However, these 3 didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they would have killed Dekka instantly. What if they could kill Dekka? Their troop still had Anmu, the King God Realm expert. Besides, they had another 5 experts at the peak of True God Realm. This meteorite sea was also the others' territory. If they dared to kill him, would they have a way to live any longer? Everybody understood and accepted their fate. They had to collect the 5-colored ores in the mine and hand them to receive the divine crystals. Dekka controlled all the harvest. During this period, they didn't see Anmu and the other 5. They didn't know how many days had passed by, or whether it was night or day. Every day, they recovered their energy and then got back to collect the ores. Among them, Bao, Ao, Canny, and Zenith didn't gain any benefits from this day and night labor work. In fact, they even received a minor harm. Quite the contrary, Bo Rua and Gu Desi at the second sky of True God Realm could refill their consumed energy with only 1 piece of low-quality divine crystal. Gradually, their power seemed to increase. After each time of recovering their energy, they had a little bit of increase. During this strenuous labor, Bo Rua and Gu Desi were always calm and even secretly happy. There was another person that had such progress, Shi Yan. He was at the first sky of True God Realm, the lowest realm here, and the time for which he had reached this realm wasn't too long. At this time, his realm wasn't stable yet. If he took risks to increase the realm, it would be hazardous. They had been working in the dark mine for a long time. His essence chi had been drained and then refilled for so many times. Sure, Yin didn't think about it much, since it helped him steady his realm. The altar in his head seemed to be trained too. It became more secure. The power in his body had gained something good during this running out and recovering process, as his power was increasing daily. Gradually, Shi Yan found that he had secured his realm already. While his energy had been increasing every day, he found the altar in his head had marvelous changes accordingly. This kind of change was hard to describe. He vaguely thought that his realm was also enhanced, as if the subtle mysteries of the devouring original essence had benefited his altar. Every time he exploited the ores, he needed to gather his energy, using the power Upanishad to cover the 5-colored stones. This tedious labor work seemed like a new quenching activity to him. As he had just reached the True God Realm, he wasn't too familiar with using his power Upanishads. Usually, he needed a period of time to adapt to the new realm and become fluent in using his energy. This day and night of exploiting ores had given him a cool-down time. Every time he needed to condense energy, he used the power Upanishad he had comprehended. This process gave him a chance to review and strengthen his understanding of powers and the martial techniques. He understood that even though mining ores was a begrudgingly tedious task, and he was forced to do that, it was also a rare chance to study his new realm, making him more fluent in using his power Upanishads. That was why he could stay calm the most in this group. After that, he didn't hate this mining work. Gradually, he had taken it as one of his leisure activities, turning it into a good foundation for his new breakthrough. The change in his mindset had given him greater benefits. With a positive mind, while he didn't notice, his realm and powers had increased strongly. Day by day, his visage got bright and glowing, totally different from Bao, Ao, and Zenith. He was enjoying this process. After an unknown period, Anmu brought the other 5 and appeared in this cave. Dekka laughed, handing a ring to Anmu. The old man checked it. He seemed to have a smile in his eyes as he nodded contentedly. Not bad. You guys work better than the others. Dekka squinted, his face happy. Can't let you take all the good things, said Anmu. These 8 should be separated. We need to push up the progress of the other areas. He looked at the other 5. You shall choose your men. Soon, those 5 people had picked one of Bao Ao's group. The warrior of the Dark Spirit clan chose Zenith, while the warrior of the Ghost Mark clan picked Bao Ao and Bo Ruo. An old human took Candy and Corpse Chief, Another dark spirit clan's warrior picked Ji and Gudasi, and Shiryen was assigned to a beautiful human woman. That pretty woman had a messy, chestnut-brown hair and a pair of bright eyes. She was wearing a tight, green-colored robe, which had many delicate patterns on the hem. This woman had a healthy wheat skin tone. Her body looked amazingly flexible. It seemed the woman wasn't satisfied with this arrangement. She stared at Shiryen for a while and then frowned. Why give me a first sky of true God realm kid? How effective is he? This woman seemed to have a high position. Even Anmu, the leader, had to be polite to her. Fergie, you will be more tired if you work more. You're almost done. If you slow down, I will have another arrangement. Of course, I won't let you suffer. Forget it, Fergie snorted and then waved her hand. She threw a glance at Shiryen, then talked to him faintly. This kid looks good, better than the others. I'll take him. Anma nodded, talking to them. All right, you guys follow them. After we're done, I will check your contributions and give you something. Follow me. The woman called Fergie nodded to Shiryen with an indifferent countenance. She walked out of the cave first. As Shiryen knew, he couldn't resist, he pondered and then said to Bao Ao and Jieji, take care. Take care, Bao Ao and Jieji replied with a reluctant face. They were the heroes, the overlords of a vast area in the Grace mainland, where they could swagger without being afraid of anyone. However, after reaching outer space, they had fallen in such a situation. Of course, they couldn't feel comfortable. Sure, Yen didn't feel pleasant either. After bidding farewell to the other two, he followed the human woman named Fergie to another cave and continued his mining career. Fergie, his new boss, was more generous than Decca, although she also gave him the bad quality divine crystals. She gave him 3 pieces each time. Then she busied herself with exploiting ores and didn't care about him much. This woman was at the peak of true God realm. The energy moving inside her body was special. It could be as soft as cotton or as rigid as stone with just one flicker of her thought. And she had many rare techniques. While her energy was changing, it generated a strange magnetic field. Just like 2 poles, it had a powerful suction force. It was like a pure, subtle power of heaven and earth. She was collecting the 5-colored parish essence faster than Decca of the Ghost Mark clan. While the energy of 2-pole magnetic field of her body was changing, it drew pieces of 5-colored stones into her ring. She alone was faster than the combination of Decca, Zenith, Bao Ao, and Jieji. It was no wonder why she had progressed faster than them. Shiryen found that he could only help her a bit here, and his help was trivial to this woman. Every time the woman collected ores, all pieces of 5-colored parish essence would fly to her after the beast had broken the hard rock. Sometimes 1 or 2 pieces got out of her magnetic field, which was Shiryen's chance to release his energy to cover them, putting them into his ring. He was just doing some odd jobs, which were much easier than when he was with Decca. He could be safe and free in this cave while working with that woman. No one had said a word. Today, it seemed the woman had consumed much of her energy. She suddenly stopped and took out a big divine crystal, stroking it with her jade-like hand to take the energy from the stone. She seemed bored to death, too. Eventually, she remembered she still had a company here. The woman threw a glance to Shiryen and asked with a faint voice, I heard that you guys came from a low-level continent. Shiryen was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then said, I don't know what you mean by low-level continent. A continent that doesn't have warriors at original God realm is a low-level one. Do you have experts at original God realm in your continent? The woman answered herself mockingly. I think no. Otherwise, you must have known the classification of continents. Original God realm. Shiryen was stunned and then smiled miserably. What realm is that? What is the strongest realm in your continent? The woman seemed to get bored stiff, asking casually, King God realm, Yen answered honestly. I knew it! Fergie nodded and answered slowly. The Spirit Realm, True God Realm, and King God Realm are the three minor God Realms. After the King God Realm is the original God Realm. Above that is the Ethereal God Realm, and finally the Incipient God Realm. Each realm's also divided into three skies. The original God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, and Incipient God Realm are the three major God Realms. Yan's eyes brightened as his heart was struck. It turned out that the God Realm was classified into three minor God Realms and three major God Realms. The Spirit Realm, True God Realm, and King God Realm were just three minor realms in the eyes of the outer spaces experts. The original God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, and Incipient God Realm were the bigger realms to them. At this moment, Yen finally had a precise knowledge of the realms above the King God Realm. He knew the names of those new realms. Chapter 708, Separate. Chapter 708, Separate. Yen listened attentively to Fergie's explanation of the new realms. He frowned and thought, as excitement appeared obviously on his face. The God Realms had three minor realms and three major realms. As he was at the True God Realm in the Grace Mainland, he was already the best of the best experts. Listening to Fergie's explanation, he got to know about a whole new world, a world that was way beyond his imagination. Yen felt as if he was a frog sitting under his coconut shell. The foreign land's much complicated than what you've thought. Experts here are like trees in a thick forest. Surviving in a high-level continent is much more strenuous than living in your low-level continent. Fergie seemed to turn her boasting channel on, but she wasn't hurried, looking at him with a cold face. If you want to survive in the foreign land, you always have to think about advancing. You can't be relaxed. Fergie paused for a while and then asked him, How old are you? Yen was bewildered for a while and then answered her honestly. I think I'm around 30 years old. Even himself couldn't certify his age. He had been running back and forth through the Grace Mainland, and he hadn't stopped for a long time in any land. He had been fighting continuously, trying his best to have a better realm. He did forget how fast time passed. Fergie's eyes became strange. She scrutinized him as her eyes shot out a flow of dim light. Around 30? Are you sure? Yen nodded. Fergie was startled. After a while, she furrowed her brows and then said, Good innate endowment. She then contemplated for a while. Yen waited in silence, unhurriedly. Fergie didn't continue. She seemed to muse on something. After a long time, energy waves rippled from her, and it seemed to get stronger from time to time. The big divine crystal in her hand wasn't shiny anymore, as the energy inside had been absorbed completely. Yen stood up, but she didn't dust her clothes. Get back to work. Yen hurried to get up, gathering his energy and waiting attentively. The beast continued to dig the meteorite, scattering the 5-colored perish essence pieces. Fergie took most of them, and Yen just needed to collect the ones she missed. It was much easier than when he worked with Decca. It was another unfathomable period of exploitation. During this process, he had used the low-quality divine crystals to restore his energy. Yen could feel his essence, Qi ancient tree, getting more vibrant, while his realm became steadier, and he could use his powers more fluently day by day. Today, while Fergie was using her strange power to collect the 5-colored perish essence, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glowed all of a sudden. Fergie's countenance changed a little bit, and her moving fingers trembled. Dozens of 5-colored perish essence pieces shot out, but she missed them. Yen always paid attention, and he didn't dare to relax just a second. He immediately urged his energy and covered all the 5-colored crystals, putting them into his storage ring. Fergie stopped, pointing at the beast. The beast stopped digging, standing still in the piles of rocks. Fergie looked grim. She squinted in front of Shi Yan as if she was talking with someone using the mark on her head. Gradually, her face became more grimaced. A gleam of anxiety and worry appeared in her eyes. Shi Yan didn't talk. He stopped his work, watching the woman as he knew something unexpected had happened. Another force has come to this meteorite. They are much stronger than us. Fergie stayed quiet for a while and then opened her eyes wider. The mark on her forehead didn't glow anymore, indicating that her conversation had ended. Anmu went to negotiate with him. If he fails, perhaps we will have a fight. Shi Yan was surprised. He felt anxious immediately. Stronger than you guys? Fergie beamed a forced smile. 2 King God Realm warriors and 6 peak of true God Realm warriors. Seems like they're prepared to devour us. I hope he could negotiate with them. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Shi Yan quieted down, discreetly putting up his guard as he was calculating the worst situation. Should we get up there? If we stay underground, once they block us, we can't run away. As those people were standing on the meteorite, once the war started, it would happen above their heads. According to Fergie, they would be subdued for sure. If they stayed inside the meteorite, they would have no way to run. That was why Shi Yan felt so anxious. Fergie shook her head. We can't get up there now. If negotiation doesn't work, we shouldn't show up. If we get up there, the danger will be bigger. We'd better run from here. She ordered the beast directly. That beast grunted, then started to dig towards another direction hurriedly. Just like a pangolin, it dug another cave deeper into the rock wall. The rock will be really tough if that section has perish essence crystals. Otherwise, it's soft enough to dig it fast, Fergie frowned while explaining. Anmu's a simple-minded person. His temper isn't good either. If he fails to negotiate and we have to fight, he will risk his life for sure. Anmu is at the King God realm. Even if we get defeated, he can protect himself and run away. And we will be. So we should stay here and watch. Shi Yan was surprised. It seemed Fergie wanted to disband. She didn't want to fight, and she wanted to run away to save her life before the fight happened. Under Shi Yan's look, Fergie still acted naturally. I don't want to die. If you don't want to live, you can go there. She paused for a while and then continued. When the battle happens, you guys, the low strangers, will die first. Those who go with you will be killed shortly if they show themselves. If you get there, you will be killed like them. Anmu won't care about your life of death. Shi Yan discolored. He ceased his thoughts and quieted down. He wanted to get there and watch. However, Fergie's words had made him think about it again. The other team had 2 King God Realm warriors. So, it was no use if Shi Yan got there. He would be killed shortly. Boom, boom. Explosions reverberated rumblingly. Shortly, a tremendous tremor transmitted from above their heads. That tremor carried a furious energy shockwave and mysterious power, intruding into the ground. Shi Yan felt his hair rise, and he shivered under that strange energy effect. His flesh seemed to be bursting too. Amidst the rumbling noises, the mark on Fergie's forehead glowed again. It seemed Anmu was talking to her. Fergie stopped the conversation. She shouted with a grim face, "We should move now." Then, she didn't care if Shi Yan had any other idea. She ran into the passage the beast had dug as fast as if she were flying. Shi Yan was astounded for 3 seconds, then immediately followed Fergie by jumping into the passage. While running after her, he set up many barriers and restrictions in an attempt to hinder the opponents. Fergie's eyes were mocking. It's no use. At your realm, your barriers can't stand even one of their strikes. Sure, Yin didn't answer. He was still trying to set up more barriers. Crystals he brought from the Grace mainland flew out and were inlaid in the wall, creating faint energy defending barriers. The battle has begun. Anmu can hold the others for a while. If we leave here, we won't get ambushed. Fergie didn't care about him, just talking. Of course, Anmu will hate me. He will report me for sure when he gets back. Anyway, it's okay. Being reported is better than being dead. The beast in front of them was like a fast pangolin digging the rock. Shi Yan followed close behind Fergie amidst a shower of rock chips. They didn't care about the battle above their heads, just advancing deeper into the ground. After a while, the beast roared and pushed further. It then jumped into the immense darkness. Shi Yan and Fergie followed the beast, falling into the icy cold darkness. Fergie jumped on the beast and knitted her brows, turning and looking at him. Shi Yan got her look, so he immediately flew over and landed on the beast, sitting behind her. Fergie patted the beast. It then sped up like a black thunderbolt, dashing towards a meteor light in front of them. Shortly, they fell into an energy storm. Fergie's body glowed gloriously in the furious gust of the energy storm. This halo came from her garments, creating a thick layer that covered her entirely. This protection kept her safe from the impact of the energy storms. As Shi Yan was exposed, his massive blood chi was triggered, which activated his petrification martial spirit. His body became rigid in just a blink. Each muscle of his became strangely firm with a mysterious energy that could neutralize the energy of the storm. Fergie could sense something. She turned her head, looking at him. Her eyes got brightened. As they were in the middle of an energy storm, she had to use her magical clothes to resist. But Shi Yan, who was bearing his body, could withstand the storm easily. His intimidatingly tenacious body was much stronger than most of the true God Realm warriors she had met. She was astounded, looking at Shi Yan. At this moment, he had gained a higher value in her eyes. In her eyes, this kid, who came from a low-level continent, had something strange. As he was too young to reach the true God Realm, his innate endowment was excellent, and his tenacious body showed that he had been trained arduously for a significantly long time. Everybody knew that physical training was more strenuous than increasing the realm and power. Each warrior who had a significantly strong body all had a tough will, as they were the most persistent and terrifying persons. Fergie's eyes brightened. She considered for a while and then nodded discreetly as she had a good calculation. Chapter 709, The Sixth Herbal Star. Chapter 709, The Sixth Herbal Star. The beast moved forward in the dark space quickly, gliding over massive meteorites and heading towards the edge of the meteorite sea. Fergie didn't say anything, staying silent all the way. Sometimes she took out the divine crystals to restore her energy. She wasn't worried about Anmu's team fighting with the others at all. Shi Yan was worried about Bao Ao and Jieji. He didn't know whether these two could survive this disaster or not. Before he left, he had thought about fighting alongside them. However, Fergie's words had awakened him, making him give up this thought. Even Anmu and Fergie couldn't withstand the others. Shi Yan understood that even if he stayed, he couldn't help much. Perhaps he would have died instead. Although he had a good impression of Bao Ao and Jieji, it wasn't enough for him to risk his life. Shi Yan decided to save himself. If they could meet later and if they needed his help, he wouldn't hesitate to give them a hand. At this moment, Shi Yan didn't have that ability. He couldn't save the other two. In this cold and dark space, Shi Yan didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that they had crossed several hundred meteorites, advancing through a long distance. Eventually, the beast crossed the bizarre meteorite sea, entering an endless starry sky. This mysterious starry sky was stunning. Countless stars were twinkling charmingly. Flows of star energy crossed a far distance to gather on Shi Yan's body as his star martial spirit was refilled. This was the marvelous feature of his star martial spirit. Even if he didn't have any other energy sources to use, as long as there were stars in the sky, he could still use the star martial spirit to supplement the consumed energy. The beast continued to fly in this vast starry sky. Meteors shot, passing by the beast they were riding. Those meteors were illuminating gloriously, much better than the most beautiful firework that enthralled people's souls. In this endless starry sky, they could often be impacted by the perilous energy storms. Some were much dangerous than the meteorite sea. Sure, Yen urged his soul consciousness to sense. His mind was struck, his face full of fear. The energy that rippled from those energy storms was earth-destroying. Yen was sure that if he got rolled into such furious storms, his body would be ground and his soul altar would be shattered. Fortunately, Fergie seemed to be familiar with this starry area. On this journey, they had tried their best to avoid the tremendous energy storms. They had taken the long way around the storms and never dared to intrude. Sure, Yen followed her and gained benefits from it. He relaxed, as he wasn't torn apart to death by the heaven and earth energy like some rash intruder. The beast followed Fergie's order, changing its direction constantly. After spending a long time in this starry area, it flew directly toward a beautiful, 5-colored star. After getting through a thick layer of cotton clouds, they landed on that colorful star. Sitting neatly on the beast, Yen gawked with bright eyes. 5-element power on this star was extremely dense. The energy it carried was too massive. It was more than 10 times thicker than the spiritual chi in the Grace mainland. This star had so many herbal fields divided into blocks. Those herbs planted there dizzied Yen. He didn't know them, but he could see that each plant had an obvious energy rippling around it. In the center of this star, the herbal fields were situated in a piece of land in the middle of a sea. Yen could see many people working in those colorful, thick fields. They were taking care of the plants, fertilizing them with strange substances to supplement the 5 elements' power of the soil. This land had a relatively large conical construction floating in the air, which was a kind of architecture he had never seen before. The beast headed towards that structure. 1 hour later, Fergie and her beast stopped in the highest area of that building. It was a triangular stone platform that was around 10 mu large, made of green stone with an exquisite, natural stone texture. After Fergie stopped there, she didn't explain anything, just faintly talking to Yen. "Follow me." Yen frowned, releasing his soul consciousness to survey the surroundings. He found more than 1,000 warriors at various levels staying around. Some of them were at the disaster realm or the sky realm. However, Yen could spot some intimidating auras, which were even more tremendous than Fergie's energy fluctuations. "Where are we?" He walked behind Fergie, pretending to ask naturally. "There are so many herbal fields here. Also, the spiritual cheese, so abundant. It's a wonderful place. This place is the herbal star of our force. It's the 6th herbal star, specialized in planting spiritual herbs and grass. Spiritual chi in this planet's abundant, which is the best for growing herbs." Fergie explained casually. "The master of the 6th herbal star is my precursor, a level 2 divine grade alchemist. This place belongs to her, to our force. This 6th herbal star's very important. King God realm warriors stay here year-round to guard and maintain the order in this place." Yan's eyes brightened. He was moved. Fergie's force should be tremendously strong, as they possessed some herbal stars in the foreign land. A herbal star was a planet which was many times bigger than the Grace mainland, with more spiritual chi. Also, they had divine grade alchemists. This was unimaginable in the Grace mainland. Pausing for a while, Yen felt something strange. Fergie's attitude was too friendly, which made him feel strange. Yen thought that this woman had some scheme against him. "Why did you bring me here?" Yen contemplated and then asked. "You'll know later." Fergie put on an indifferent face. She didn't explain further and just kept walking. A warrior with the same diamond-shaped mark on the head appeared on their way, as if he had received Fergie's message beforehand. His energy fluctuations weren't weaker than Anmu, a King God Realm warrior. That man had flaming red hair and was wearing armor with flame drawings. He gave people a feeling of a brutal character. He threw a glance at Fergie and then nodded. I heard that you left alone, right? If Anmu comes back alive and reports your runaway stuff, it will be big trouble, you know? It seemed Fergie and this man were on one side. Then trouble it is. At least I could survive. You know Anmu's characteristics. If he isn't near death, he won't give up. I don't want to be buried with him. Fergie harumphed and then said with a serious countenance, Is Granny refining medicines? No. She's worried about you two. She was just now saying that you were a little bit late this time. That man knitted his brows, taking a quick look at Shiryen. Because of him. Fergie nodded. It's good that she isn't refining medicines. I brought this kid to help her little baby. That man laughed evilly, eyeing Shiryen as he grinned. If so, Granny will be happy. Your little trouble won't be a trouble anymore. Fergie also smiled. Shiryen's visage changed dramatically as he immediately got that Fergie had set him up for something, and it was definitely not a good thing. Kid, follow me. It's your good fortune that you can get to the 6th herbal star. It's not bad, haha. That man cracked a smile which nauseated people. Granny's little baby has killed 7 true God Realm slaves. If this kid has exuberant blood chi, perhaps he could endure longer. Haha. Fergie walked first. She didn't even take a glance over her shoulder. Sure, Yen darkened his face while his icy cold eyes were scanning her ample rear end. He didn't say anything, just following the woman. Soon he saw Fergie talking in a low tone to an old woman who had a snake-headed cane that had a wrinkled face outlining a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Brutal gleams sparkled from her eyes as she was studying Shiryen, as if she were looking at a sacrificial sheep. Under her look, Shiryen felt irritated, his face getting more grimaced. This kid is only at the first sky of true God Realm. Does he really have abundant blood chi like you've said? That grandma's voice was hoarse and low. She spoke skeptically. Well, if it isn't, you're going to have big trouble. Granny, give it a shot. Fergie kneeled down and smiled. How could I dare to deceive you? The old woman nodded, raising her voice. Bring that kid to me. The king god realm that had accompanied them laughed and then disappeared shortly. Not long after that, he returned, bringing a middle-aged man who was stinky and bony. His eyes were dim and desperate, which made him look no different from a crying ghost. That middle-aged man couldn't stand firm. As soon as he saw the old woman and Fergie, he became hostile, pitching his voice and screaming. Fergie, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't forgive you. You be *TCH. You will never have a decent death. Fergie didn't change her visage or even arch her brows. The old woman appeared as if she hated that man a lot. She talked mournfully. You don't have a chance to become a ghost. The king god realm expert standing next to him grinned fiendishly. His 5 fingers were like 5 sharp knives that thrust into that man's head. Instantly, he squeezed the soul altar of the poor man. That man's god soul was ripped off under a ruthless, twisting force, and his soul scattered. A small amount of remaining essence chi on his body turned into an invisible current, pouring into Yan's body. My baby, I'll give you another place. The hag squinted, putting on a mild countenance, waving at the body of that middle-aged man. A beam of light shot out from there, winding around her wrinkled arm. It was a small snake that was around 1/2 meter long. 5-colored halo expanded from it beautifully. The little snake then flickered its tongue happily in the air, as if it was trying to get the favor from that hag. Shiryen paled. Chapter 710. Human Body Medicinal Cauldron. Chapter 710 Human Body Medicinal Cauldron. Fergie took out the ring on her finger, then smiled and handed it to the old woman. Here are 5 colored perish essence crystals I've collected. It's good for your little baby, Granny. I hope your baby can evolve faster. The old woman squinted, her mood seeming not too bad as she nodded. Good. Thank you. She took out all the 5 colored perish essence crystals and poured them into the eager, open mouth of the snake. As soon as the 5 colored perish essence crystals got into the snake belly, the moving halo on its body became dazzling. Apparently, it received a good deal of energy from the crystals. The old woman's smile became brighter. Her bright-lit eyes gazed at Shi Yan for a while and then said, Kid, behave. If my baby can ascend using your body, I will consider saving your life. Shi Yan's visage was grim. He frowned but didn't say a word. He understood that this hag and Fergie were full of lies, and that he couldn't believe their words. If his body could help the snake evolve, the other would absolutely not let him go. She would take his body as the long-term supply station for that little snake. However, he had no solution at this moment. There were many king, god, realm experts in this place. That hag was not only a rank 2 divine great alchemist, but also a king god realm warrior. If he fought with them now, he would receive nothing good but a faster death. Come, my little baby, I hope you like your new home. The old woman's eyes got colder all of a sudden. A sharp, gloomy look fell on Shi Yan's body with an obvious threat. That small snake flew happily from her hand, shooting towards Shi Yan's left palm. Its relatively long fangs bared as it bit open a small hole on his palm. The snake then shrank its body to intrude into Shi Yan's body through the hole it created on his left hand. Right after the snake got into Shi Yan's left arm, his face changed dramatically as a tearing pain expanded from his arm to his entire body. A large amount of essence, qi, and blood qi in his body rolled massively and uncontrollably towards his left arm. The snake started to absorb his energy little by little, giving him a head-splitting pain. Shortly, his spirit, soul, and qi became vulnerable. This snake was a parasite living on the human body. It could devour the essence of the human body and make it stronger. This snake was extremely evil and ghoulish. A marvelous energy fluctuation was constantly moving on the snake's body, which was scarily sharp, as if it had the considerable lethality that could eat humans alive. Shi Yan's body was really sturdy after so many years of being quenched. His bones and internal organs all had massive qi, while each of his muscles contained the mysterious energy. At the same time, his blood had miraculous effects, which could be compared to many outstanding medicines. After the small snake got into his body, it released a happy energy wave while making some hissing sounds. Its body slithered under the skin on Shi Yan's arm, then reappeared through the hole, which tingled people's scalp. Granny's eye brightened on seeing the little snake happy. She continually nodded and said, Not bad. Fergie, you got me good stuff this time. I'll help you solve your trouble. Your seniors will never punish you. Fergie put on a smiling face, bowing to the old woman. Thank you, Granny. Yeah, for the time being, you should stay here. Once I'm done with your things, it's not too late to leave. The hag waved her hand to order the king god realm expert. Hui Shuang, you take this kid to the potion chamber and give him rank 5 sacred grade pellets. No, give him rank 7 solid pellet. His corporeal body's tenacious enough to endure the medicinal power of these kinds of meds. The king god realm expert, called Hui Shuang, cracked a grin, talking to Shi Yan. Follow me. Shi Yan was begrudging. He knew that it wasn't the right time to rouse any dispute. Otherwise, his consequence would be pathetic. He didn't say anything, just threw Fergie a glare before leaving with Hui Shuang. Fergie was startled as a cold feeling crept over her body. She furrowed her eyebrows. After the men had left for a while, she spoke up. Granny, This kid came from a low-level continent, but his innate endowment isn't bad. He has many mysteries, too. You should be careful. Don't give him a chance to rebel. The hag beamed a chilly smile while nodding. Little Fergie, don't worry. No one can dream to get out from my place alive. That kid's a brutal character, I can see that. Anyway, since his realm's too low, he can't struggle at all. Fergie seemed to ease her mind after listening to the old woman. She didn't talk further. Sher Yen's cold and sinister gaze that fell on her when he left still irritated her. It was like a wolf hiding in the dark, gazing at her in silence. Shaking her head, Fergie tried to sweep away the tangling thoughts. She stretched her body, revealing her charming bearing. I have stayed in the meteorite sea for too long. I didn't even have time to bathe. Haha, Granny, I'm going to take a rest now. I won't bother you anymore. Okay, you should go. Don't worry. We won't let you suffer while staying here. The hag squinted, throwing her a bottle casually. Take this. It's good for your realm. You deserve it. Fergie's eyes lit up, thanking the old woman continually. She squeezed her fist around the pellet bottle, leaving with a smile on her face. Hui Shuang took Sher Yen to a strange conical building. A crystal-clear pond stood in front of that building, where many fishes were swimming back and forth. A large amount of white mist hovered above the pond. It was the 5-element steam, which diffused and flooded the herb field around the planet. The building behind the pond was made of dark brown rock. It had several stories. Barriers were arranged at each stair leading to the other floor. Hui Shuang arranged him to stay on the lowest floor. Sher Yen could see many square lots containing many bottles and jars, which had been labeled as the foundation pellets. Hui Shuang threw him a bottle malignantly and sneered. This is rank 7 solid pellet. You have to take one after every 3 days. It will restore your blood qi. Otherwise, you will die soon. Sure, Yen darkened his face. As he knew he had nothing to discuss with this man, he took the pellet and sat down without saying anything. You are not allowed to go further than 10 miles around here, or else I will capture you and give you some bitter flavor. Hui Shuang advised Sher Yen. You're not allowed to touch anything here. Every day, you should urge the pellet's medicinal powers to supplement your blood qi. It will help you live a little longer. Afterward, Hui Shuang walked to the door. In just a flash, his figure faded like a mist. The place suddenly quieted down. No noise could be heard anymore besides the murmuring pond in front of the building with its thick steam. There was no shadow of humans on Sher Yen's floor, and he couldn't reach the upper floors because of the barriers and restrictions. Also, Sher Yen didn't dare to touch the pellets on the square boxes. He didn't know most of them, and he wasn't interested in them either. Sher Yen sat down in this room. He used his soul consciousness to check his situation. He could see clearly that the small snake was taking in his blood qi little by little from his left arm. After every 15 minutes, his blood qi was reduced. This hurt Sher Yan's heart a lot. His body convulsed from time to time as the pain flooded him. He had never thought about this situation. He didn't know Fergie's wicked intention, so she ended up setting him up in such dangerous circumstances. If he had known of her evil plan, he would have attacked her maliciously when they were still in the outer space. With his current realm, if he had ambushed her in the energy storm, he could have killed Fergie, escaping from her and entering a wider galaxy. However, it was too late. At this moment, he could only accept his destiny. When he could see his situation clearly, he would plan the next steps. Sher Yen tried to stop his essence, qi, and blood qi from flowing into his arm. However, when he did that, he found a fierce, surging soul fluctuation come from the snake, which gave his god soul an inexplicable pain from time to time, while his body suffered from several times stronger pain. That soul fluctuation carried the small snake's aura and a flow of that hag's soul consciousness giving him a clear warning message. He immediately stopped his probe as he knew that he would only bear a bad result when the other found his operation. If he couldn't prevent the loss of his blood chi, he could only think about how to enhance the blood chi and essence chi in his body. Or else, when the snake drained him, his tenacious body would be like a thin sheet of paper that would be ripped effortlessly. Shi Yan took out the so-called rank 7 sacred level solid pellet. He pondered for a while. Eventually, he beamed a forced smile and took out a longan-sized pellet. Taking in the pleasant smell of the pellet, Shi Yan didn't feel any joy, but only bitterness. He knew that the other had made him a potion cauldron to provide his blood chi as the nutrient for that snake to evolve. She was using his exhausted blood chi and body to exchange for the flourishing, quick development of the snake. The rank 7 sacred level solid pellet was just another ingredient of this cauldron, which would keep him alive a little longer and give the snake more time to enjoy his energy. All of these were to urge the snake's ascension faster. And Shi Yan, he was just a pathetic supporting rock. Shaking his head, Shi Yan reluctantly swallowed the solid pellet. He then stood upright, using the essence chi to urge and take in the medicinal efficacy of the pellet. As soon as the pellet got into his body, an extremely extravagant medicinal efficacy started to slaughter his body like a furious flood, with the pellet as the eye of the storm. Numerous currents appeared like countless streams, connecting with his blood vessels. The furious medicinal efficacy attacked his body here and there, boiling in his vessels just like hundreds of wild horses escaping their leads, running madly inside his body. Shi Yan's vessels and tendons were swollen forcefully. Such kind of pain was indescribable, making his consciousness blurry. It was just a rank 7 scared grade pellet, but the power it brought was like an erupting flood, which could be compared to the power of a warrior at the second or third sky of True God Realm. This medicinal power was wildly destroying his vessels and acupuncture points. Shi Yan thought that he could die from this intensive pain. Shi Yan paled. He finally knew why Hui Shuang had such a mocking smile when he heard the old woman call the name of the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet. The medicinal power of this pellet was too harsh. It was much dangerous than the blend of Bao Ao and Jiejia's liquors. This furious power didn't give him time to counter. Shi Yan felt his entire body swollen. Green vessels bulged on his body like small tadpoles crawling under his skin, giving him an incomparable, fearful look. Chapter 711. Quenching the Body to the Acme. Chapter 711. Quenching the Body to the Acme. The medicinal efficacy of the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet was as furious as an erupting volcano in Shi Yan's body. Countless streams of the medicinal power were wreaking havoc inside Shi Yan. During this process, the torrentially powerful medicinal efficacy was running disorderly in Shi Yan's entire body, quickly refilling the consumed energy. Sweat soaked him like summer rain, while vessels bulged under his skin. He roared from time to time, as he was using a large amount of essence, chi, to neutralize the pain, keeping his mind sound. The power of the pellet was like wild horses escaping their leads, making his vessels and tendons enlarge, as if they were about to break at any second. Shi Yan clenched his teeth, groaning and roaring to resist the pain. After an unknown period, the power of the pellet started to cease. At this moment, half of his vessels and acupuncture points had been broken. Such a pain that was beyond the range humans could endure could put someone in a coma after a few seconds. However, Shi Yan was abnormal indeed. Before he had arrived in the Grace mainland, he had always sought for the utmost simulation and challenge. His patience to pain had surpassed normal people. After he had started his martial cultivation, this ability of his had been doubled the second time. At the same time, Shi Yan's immortal martial spirit had given him a solid support, which also made him more persistent. Sure, Yan didn't go unconscious. He still kept his calm and sound mind, scattering the medicinal efficacy into the flesh and blood of his whole body, giving his essence qi a big benefit. After a while, the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet's medicinal efficacy was absorbed totally. His smashed tendons and vessels started to be healed quickly under the powerful self-restoring ability of the immortal martial spirit. After an hour, all of his broken tendons and vessels had been connected. His spirit, soul, and qi were all full. At the same time, his blood qi became more abundant. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan sat neatly with a dark face. He understood that if he were just a normal warrior, under the excessively brutal power of the solid pellet, even if he could survive, it would be like getting skinned alive. Half of his vessels and tendons would be broken, which was something ordinary warrior couldn't endure. He suddenly knew why the man that Hui Shuang had taken to them before couldn't even stand firmly. The other's realm was higher than Shi Yan. He should be at the second sky of true God realm. However, even though he was a strong warrior, under the mighty power of the solid pellet, his acupuncture points, vessels, tendons, and bones had cracked. Without the immortal martial spirit, his wounds would get worse gradually. That man had certainly been using the solid pellet. He had no choice. Without the solid pellet to restore his energy, he would die earlier. Although the solid pellet could supplement his blood qi and energy, his body couldn't endure such powerful medicinal efficacy. His vessels, tendons, and bones would be broken. This was a prolonged death. However, it was slower than the death of being drained by the snake. There were 2 options, and both of them were fatal ones. Without the solid pellet, the snake would exhaust him to death. Using the solid pellet without the powerful recovery power, it was a slow death when the vessels, tendons, and bones were all broken. Sure, Yan suddenly felt lucky that he had the immortal martial spirit. Under deadly circumstances where he must die, he could find the way to survive. The power of a solid pellet could refill his blood qi and make it abundant. At the same time, the blood qi absorbed by the snake wasn't as much as the amount the pellet had given him. Thus, the energy he took in was much more than the amount he had lost. He became the beneficial party now. A normal warrior at the true God realm without the immortal martial spirit could use a solid pellet after every 3 days. Moreover, they hardly restored their body's functions. It was like the power of the solid pellet was enough for the little snake to absorb for 3 days. After 3 days, the warrior had to supplement more using the pellet, or else the snake would take the energy from his own body. Sure, Yan knew that it took him only half a day to absorb an entire solid pellet. At the same time, he could recover his tendons, vessels, and bones. Shi Yan grinned. He pondered for a while, then took out another solid pellet and swallowed it. Another inhuman pain flooded him once again. This solid pellet had a formidable medicinal efficacy, which was wildly destroying Shi Yan's body. However, it also brought him a mighty blood qi. This excessive amount of blood qi dispersed in his tendons, vessels, bones, and inner organs. It was quenching his blood and flesh, making his body unbreakable. In this chamber, Shi Yan was constantly using the solid pellets, pressing down his pain to supplement the lost amount of his blood qi and wet his body. The blood qi taken by the snake from him was far behind the amount he had been supplemented. Later on, he forgot the existence of the small snake in his arm, as he could feel that the power of the snake wasn't too mighty to hurt his foundation. Today, while Shi Yan was converting the power of the solid pellet, he knitted his brows. A bottle of solid pellet had 16 pieces. As Shi Yan was continually using the pellets, he had only 2 left. If he didn't have more solid pellets to use, as time went by, the snake would draw all the blood qi he had taken in. Frowning, Shi Yan was squeezing his brain for a solution. He got it. He took in 2 pellets at the same time. He tried to press down the double pain to scatter the medicinal efficacy of the pellets. Right at the time the pellets were about to dissolve, Shi Yan roared madly like an enraged dragon. His voice extended, reaching 1,000 miles away. Help! Anybody help! The medicinal power of the 2 pellets was wreaking havoc in his body. Strange noises arose from his vessels, tendons, and bones. Not long afterward, vessels and tendons of his entire body were broken. However, his bones weren't fractured, and he just had some cracks in the bones of his thighs and arms. This was the result of using the solid pellet to train his body throughout this period. After using more than 10 solid pellets, the strength and tenaciousness of his body had been upgraded the second time. Granny and Hui Shuang came as they heard his voice. They appeared by the pond with dark countenances. At first glance, they saw Shi Yan struggling, balling his body in pain on the ground. These 2 exchanged looks, slamming their brows together. At this moment, the power of the 2 solid pellets in Shi Yan's body had almost dissolved completely, and his tendons and vessels were almost shattered. Blood covered his whole body. Under the red blood, green vessels bulged under his skin, which gave him a fearful look. Brat, what the F***CK you are yelling for? Hui Shuang harumphed, walking towards him. You disturbed Granny while she was refining medicines. Do you want to die early? Shi Yan's face distorted. His eyes swept through Hui Shuang, falling on the hag. He spoke up with pain. I've used up the solid pellets. If you want the snake to continue its ascension, please give me another bottle. The old woman's pupils shrank all of a sudden as if she were witnessing something absolutely abnormal. Her figure flashed, and she reached Shi Yan immediately. She extended her hand, touching Shi Yan's arm. Granny released a beam of her energy to survey the changes inside Shi Yan's body. She immediately found that his tendons and vessels were all fractured, which was the sign of the solid pellet's effect. As the alchemist who had refined this pellet, she surely knew the power of the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet. She understood that an ordinary true god realm warrior couldn't resist the mighty power of her pellet. However, Shi Yan had consumed the whole bottle of solid pellet in such a short period, and he hadn't died yet. This surprised her a lot. She closed her eyes, sending her soul consciousness into the small snake as if she were checking something. Her eyes brightened as though she saw something so joyful. She couldn't hold her cheery laughter, then nodded and took out 3 bottles of solid pellet. The old woman gently threw them to Shi Yan. She smiled until her eyes squinted. Take these 3 new bottles of solid pellets. They are all level rank 7 sacred grade solid pellets. Take your time and use them all. Haha, not bad, kid. You have potential. I like it. Hui Shuang gawked, looking at Granny disbelievingly. He muttered, Granny, can he endure it? A warrior at the 3rd sky of True God Realm could only resist the power of the 3 solid pellet bottles. Then he would burst to death. Can he survive? Granny screwed up her eyes. She looked thrilled, waving her hands, but she didn't explain further. He can. Move. We shouldn't disturb him. Then she took Hui Shuang and left. The old woman and Hui Shuang left Shi Yan's place to go to a luxuriant green structure. She suddenly became serious, talking to the other. There are 5 god congealing pellets. That kid has such abundant blood chi. What? Hui Shuang was surprised, his face unbelieving. It's just been a short period. How could it produce 5 god congealing pellets? I also found it unbelievable. The old woman smiled until she squinted. This says that our kid has luxuriant blood chi in his body. Yeah, Fergie has brought me a good kid this time. Not bad at all. It could produce 5 pellets in not more than 7 days. This progress is much faster than we've expected. This kid's a treasure. I have to protect him well to prevent him from dying early. Hui Shuang was also happy. 5 God-congealing pellets in 7 days. With this speed, we'll be rich soon. Our superiors will be happy too. Granny, you got a treasure this time. Congratulations. The old woman nodded with a cheerful face. I hope this kid could endure longer. Then we can fulfill the given task. I was worried that we couldn't catch up with the progress. I didn't expect that little Fergie could find me such a treasure. Not bad. I'll deal with her problem immediately. Granny and Hui Shuang were happy, and so was Shi Yan. Looking at the 3 bottles of rank 7 sacred grade solid pellets, his face brightened. Since Hui Shuang and Granny had left early, they didn't know that Shi Yan had a new change right after they were gone. Shi Yan's shattered tendons and vessels were healed and connected once again. The medicinal power from the pellets was absorbed completely. A dark gold halo was moving miraculously on his body. Squeezing 3 new bottles of solid pellet in his palms, Shi Yan cracked a smile, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I can break through to the second sky of true God realm shortly. It seems I have to thank Fergie for giving me a fortune in miseries." Although he was showing his gratitude, his eyes were as cold as sharp blades, full of murderous intentions. Chapter 712, Miss by Row. Chapter 712, Miss by Row. Soon, Shi Yan had consumed the 2 rank 7 solid pellets. The essence Qi ancient tree in his body was luxuriant, while the energy in his flesh and blood had reached the threshold, from where he could break through again. Shi Yan had killed the expert of the Dark Clan in the energy storm. Then he used his devouring power to absorb both the God Soul and Soul Altar of the other, which granted his own altar benefits, along with new perceptions of his powers in the new realm. While staying in the Meteorite Sea, he had always been using his powers, which enhanced his understanding and usage of the powers of stars, space, and death and life to a new level. As his essence Qi tree was full, and his realm had reached the threshold, Shi Yan knew that he could break through shortly to the second sky of true God realm. Now he had a bottle of the rank 7 solid pellets in his hands. All of a sudden, Shi Yan thought that his life wasn't as tough as he had thought. The energy the snake had absorbed was just a little bit, compared to the amount he got supplemented. Thus, he didn't care about it anymore. Now, he needed to wait for the right time to use the energy of the essence Qi ancient tree to wash his altar and sublimate his powers, entering the new realm. He had to wait until the experts in the 6th herbal star left for a while. At least, he had to make sure that the King God Realm Warrior wasn't present on the planet to seize the chance and break through. Afterward, he could run away. During this period, Shi Yan always paid attention to the changes of the herbal star. He had released his soul consciousness to sense everything. Shi Yan found that the old woman and Hui Shuang didn't always stay in the herbal star. They would disappear for several days from time to time. They seemed to go somewhere to transport the materials, or to submit the pellets to their superiors. Shi Yan was waiting. He was waiting for a good opportunity. Time flew hurriedly. Shi Yan had consumed another bottle of solid pellets. The abundant power of the medicine had been scattered and stashed in his body, making his body immensely powerful. Unfortunately, the medicinal power couldn't help him condense the immortal demon blood. Otherwise, he would have tried his best to convert all the power of the pellets to condense the immortal demon blood, which would help him move towards the direction Bao Ao and Jieji had told him, replacing the blood of his entire body. According to those 2 demons, if he could replace his blood with the immortal demon blood, he could have a tremendous breakthrough, receiving the formidable fighting ability of the immortal demon from Antiquity era. At that time, his body would become invincible with bursting power. When Shi Yan was about to finish the last bottle of solid pellet, he had taken in 3 pellets at the same time. When the tendons and vessels of his whole body shattered, Granny and Hui Shuang appeared. These two were frightened on seeing his performance, as he could consume 3 bottles of solid pellet in an amazingly short time. They all put on an astounded visage. Granny picked up the small snake and took out some green pellets from its mouth. After she was done with the snake, she put it back into Shi Yan's body, giving him 3 more bottles of pellets. She left together with Hui Shuang with an odd countenance. Waiting until these two left, Shi Yan sent his soul consciousness into the snake's body. He found an amazing thing. That snake held a whole different world in its tummy. Many exquisite spiritual formations were carved inside the abdomen of the little snake. Besides, there were so many piles of herbs, other foundation materials, and the 5-colored perish essence crystals. This little snake was like a cauldron. Those spiritual grass, herbs, and 5-colored perish essence crystals were the essential materials to refine some kind of pellets. The tremendous amount of blood chi the small snake had absorbed was poured into the center of the formation to provide the necessary energy to form the pellets in the center of the formation. Shi Yan suddenly got it. That hag had let this little snake stay in his body to make use of the abundant blood chi and energy in his body to refine some special pellets. During this time, the formation inside the snake had condensed many pellets, which satisfied Granny a lot. That was why she didn't care about the anomaly on Shi Yan's body, but gave him more solid pellets. She thought it would make the small snake condense more pellets. Sure, Yan didn't know what kind of pellet the snake was making, or what its effects were. He didn't care about it much anyway. Sure, Yan was waiting for a chance in pain. He had to wait until all the strong King God Realm warriors on this 6th herbal star went away to carry out his breakthrough, which would help him escape this place. As Fergie was still here, Shi Yan felt happy discreetly, as he was considering making her regret for what she had done. Once he reached the 2nd sky of True God Realm in the absence of the King God Realm expert. Today, as he finished absorbing the power of the last solid pellet, he wanted to take a rest. All of a sudden, he saw a bronze steamship descending from the sky. That steamship was around 300 meters long, with the same diamond mark on its massive body. Sure, Yan could see many people standing on the ship. The bronze steamship landed slowly. After it stood firm right next to the old woman and Hui Shuang, many people started to get off. They surrounded a white-haired old man, gathering with Granny's team. Sure, Yan didn't know what was happening. He felt tense, since he had been waiting for a chance for so long. However, the King God Realm experts hadn't left yet, and he had found more experts coming. It made Shi Yan upset. After the big bronze steamship landed, several hundred warriors of various realms followed a young girl and an old man, walking towards Granny and Hui Shuang. Fergie walked out of her room, standing respectfully together with the old woman and Hui Shuang to greet the people coming from the steamship. Not long afterward, a young lady and an old man reached Granny. That old man was also an alchemist at rank 3 divine grade, which was 1 grade higher than Granny. He was wearing gold clothes, which made his white head seem outstanding. His face was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything else. Standing next to him was a young girl wearing a sky-blue gown. She was so pretty that every young man of this herbal planet seemed to be enchanted by her beauty. They were all gazing at her, revealing the appearance of the beloved Brother Pigsy. The young girl seemed to not be an ordinary woman, as she was walking in front of the rank 3 divine great alchemist. When Granny, Hui Shuang, and Fergie saw her, they took 1 step forward, greeting her with great respect. "Greetings, Miss Biro." That young girl was calm, standing there charmingly. She nodded gently, talking faintly. "We just passed by this place, so we thought to pay you a visit. Nita, I heard that you guys are making quick progress. Haha, I'm here to learn from your experience. It has just been 3 months. How could you produce 36 God congealing pellets?" The white-headed old man cracked a buck-toothed smile. Our team's slow. I'm afraid our superiors will punish us. I hope you could help us a little bit. That old man was also an alchemist of this force, and his position was as high as Granny's. He also had his own herbal star. His job was to refine pellets for the force and nurture new talents. Well, I don't have any secret. It's the same. I use the medicinal animal to produce the pellets, using blood chi of the warriors to enhance the progress of producing the god-congealing pellets. Nita squinted and continued, Allard, your refining speed's always faster than the others. I think you appreciate me too much to come here and ask for experience. The old man called Allard beamed a forced smile, shaking his head. I couldn't find a good cauldron recently. It slows me down. It would be all right if I didn't agree to refine the pellets for Miss Byro, but I can't make it on time. As she heard him mention Miss Byro, Nita's face became serious. She slightly bowed, talking to the young girl. Miss Byro, your father loves you that much. Why do you need to be hurried and use pellets? The maiden nodded begrudgingly. I'm about to break through the second sky of King God Realm. When my brother got hurt, he had used all the pellets in our house. I'm in a hurry, which is why I came to visit Grandpa Allard. What are the pellets you need? Nita pondered for a while and then probed carefully. God-developing pellet. The maiden nodded, her eyes as bright and beautiful as stars in the sky. If you can make me some, my father will repay you generously. Nita's eyes brightened. As she knew the other's father was a generous character, she contemplated for a while. It also requires the medicinal animal to produce them, and it needs abundant blood chi. However, the blood chi mustn't be too strong. Medicinal animals can't stand the blood chi of King God Realm experts. At the same time, the blood chi of true God Realm warriors isn't enough. Not long after the medicinal animal has started to absorb the energy, the cauldron will explode. It's really annoying. If it isn't annoying, why would we need to find you? Byro smiled. It's because we know that your progress of refining God congealing pellets getting faster that we come to check it out. I wonder if you can help me out. My medicinal animals, now bearing the God congealing pellet spiritual formation. It takes time to change it. Nita frowned, as if she wanted to help her, but she found it a headache to do so. If it's only the matter of the medicinal animal, it isn't a problem. Byro smiled shiningly as if she were the brightest star in the sky. That's why we have Grandpa Allard here, right? His medicinal animal has the god-developing pellet formation. It also contains the other required ingredients for the god-developing pellet. We just need the mighty blood chi. As long as we could get the suitable cauldron, it wouldn't be a matter. The old man bared his buck teeth, laughing evilly. Nita, if you have a good cauldron, we aren't afraid to cooperate with you. You know how generous Miss Byro's father is. If you help her, her father will remember your favor. How does it sound? Fergie became excited even before Nita had had time to say anything. She cried in a low tone. Granny, the favor from Master Bai Tian is really big. Hui Shuang also put on an excited visage, his eyes as bright as torches, as if doing a favor to Bai Tian was something worth their lives. Byro and Allard were all smiling, looking at Nita. They seemed to be sure that the old woman would agree with them, as their faith in the name of Bai Tian was strong enough. Indeed, Nita considered for a while, and then agreed with gritted teeth. All right, I will offer my cauldron to fulfill this task. Can you take us to see the medicinal cauldron? The maiden asked, as she couldn't make sure about it. Not a problem. Nita nodded, then smiled. And it's because of our little Fergie. Haha, follow me. Then they walked directly towards Shurian's place. Chapter 713. Shake and Roam. Chapter 713. Shake and Roam. Sher Yen stopped taking in the solid pellets, waiting silently with a solemn countenance. He could feel some strong warriors coming towards his place. As he didn't know what would happen to him, he had no choice but to prepare himself to counter his enemies. Shortly, Nita, Huishuang, and Fergie brought Allard and Biro to his place. They descended by the pond, gazing at him with bizarre looks on their faces. Sure, Yen suddenly felt like he was an animal in a zoo that the others were watching. He couldn't hold a snort in his mind. While the others were studying him, Sher Yen also scrutinized the newcomers, especially Allard and Biro. Allard was also a divine great alchemist, whose rank was one level higher than that hag. He had an arrogance that originated from his bones and marrows. Sher Yan's look then fell on the young maiden called Biro, his face solemn. Biro was walking in the front of the others. Even the hag, the owner of this place, had to walk behind her, and the higher-ranked alchemist had to show respect when he looked at the young girl. From this minor detail, Sher Yen recognized that the young maiden should hold a high position. That young girl was charming and exquisite at the King God realm. She stood in front of him with a noble aura of the royals. Her star-like eyes scanned him, making him irritated. Biro studied him for a while and then gently said, "Grandpa Allard, please check if he's suitable." The old man bared his teeth, squeezing a disgusting smile from his face. He stepped forward, grabbing Sher Yan's arm without asking for his consent. This old man's arm was like a heavy steel hook. While he was squeezing Sher Yan's arm, flows of energy expanded like gossamer, surveying here and there inside Sher Yan's body. The old man also sent his soul consciousness to the snake on Sher Yan's arm to sense the amount of blood chi the snake was taking in. After sensing for a while, Allard had his eyes brightened. He turned around, talking to Nita. "How long has he been here? I meant, how long has he been your medicinal cauldron?" "Half a year." Granny put on a bizarre look. She hesitated for a while and then explained. "He has used 6 bottles of rank 7 solid pellet." A gleam of astonishment sparkled in Allard's pupils. He pondered, then nodded and laughed, talking to Biro. "Excellent." Biro's eyes sparkled, revealing a contented smile. "Then it's good." She paused, then shifted her look to Nita. "Give this man to me. I'll hand him back to you when I'm done with him. I have to go home now. By the time I get home, it's enough time to produce God-developing pellets adequately. You want to take him away?" Nita was a little bit unpleasant, her face distorted. "Miss Biro, it was not easy for me to have such an excellent medicinal cauldron. I still need him to produce God-congealing pellets. If I can't submit the God-congealing pellets on time, my superiors will punish me." "It's not a big deal." Allard cracked a smile. "I will give you 50 God-congealing pellets to take this cauldron. I won't let you fall in trouble." Biro frowned, showing that she wasn't so pleased. "Granny, you don't want to help me." Nita wore a bitter visage, shaking her head. "Forget it. You guys can take him. Anyway, after you are done with him, you have to return him to me. He's such a good cauldron, a treasure to alchemists like us. I still want to use this kid to refine other kinds of pellets." "Of course," Biro smiled, talking neither slowly nor fast. "Then we've settled this. He will leave with us. Yeah, after I have gotten enough God-developing pellets, I will send him back to you." Nita agreed. She grabbed something in the air, and the 5-colored small snake flew out of Sher Yan's arm, disappearing into her sleeve under a strange suction force. After Granny retrieved the small snake, she talked to Allard. "This kid has a tremendous adaptive ability. He can endure the efficacy of the 5-colored solid pellets. His blood chi's abundant. You don't need to worry about him." Allard laughed contentedly. "Then it's good. So good. I've sensed a little bit. This cauldron's really good. Seems Miss Biro's God-developing pellets would be produced faster." Sher Yan's face darkened. He was so enraged he wanted to curse out loud. "Miss Biro, I also want to return to the continent. Can I take a ride too? Fergie slightly bowed, her face longing. You can, and it's because of you that I could find such an excellent medicinal cauldron. Byro agreed happily. Then she turned to Allard. We should leave. Kid, we shall go. Allard bared his buck teeth again. Hui Shuang, take that kid to the ship, ordered Nita. Hui Shuang took action on her words immediately. Shi Yan felt so bitter inside, regretting that he wasn't strong enough, or else he would have slaughtered all those young and old people. He understood that his time hadn't come yet. Those people were so strong. Even if he risked his life, his consequences wouldn't turn so nice. Sure, Yin could only be patient for now. Hui Shuang didn't need to force him, as Shi Yan cooperated well. He followed behind by Ro, and the alchemist called Allard to the bronze steamship. Under Hui Shuang's dark look, Shi Yan proactively got on board after Allard. As soon as he could steady his body on the ship, he shuddered, and his face changed. King God realm experts on this giant bronze steamship were too many, much more than those on the 6th Herbal Star. Besides Allard and Byro, there were 3 other King God realm experts, guarding the center and the 2 sides of the steamship. The unique aura of the King God realm warriors irritated Shi Yan a lot. Grandpa Allard, arrange for him, will you? The young maiden advised, then stretched her body lazily. Her charming mouth parted. I'm tired. I'm going to take a rest. Wake me up when we reach the drifting gold sand area. She directly walked into the cabin. Her beautiful, straight legs took several steps, and then she disappeared completely. Shortly, her aura was wholly hidden, as if she had entered a secluding place to cultivate. You're Fergie, right? Allard threw a glance at the woman standing behind him, his face indifferent. You get to the lower cabin down there. We have many vacant rooms. Don't be too polite. Find yourself a nice place to rest. He arranged for Fergie, then shifted his look to Shi Yan, smiling nauseatingly. You must have experience, so I won't explain much. Yeah, just do what you need to do for us, just like what you've done for Nita. If you're lucky enough, you can set yourself free later. You don't need to be a medicinal cauldron forever. Then he shouted, Stinky Worm, get your A*S here. A discontented grunt arose from the cabin. In the next moment, a black light flashed, and a 100-legged centipede with a gold back appeared. This centipede had a golden filament on its back, with 100 jade-like fulgent legs. Its body was almost transparent, that people could see the mysterious formation carved inside the insect's trunk. Allard pointed at Shi Yan, then scolded and laughed. Move. I got a new host for you. He's a top-quality one. If you delay Miss by Rose business, I'll use your body to cook soup. The 100-legged centipede hissed discontentedly, turning into a black light and entering Shi Yan's left arm. It stayed where the 5-colored snake used to stay, and continued to use his blood chi to refine pellets. This centipede could absorb blood chi much faster than the small snake. As soon as it took shelter inside Shi Yan's arm, the latter felt a head-splitting pain. Shi Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face grimaced. Allard observed Shi Yan's change from his eyes. Seeing him taking a deep breath and then quiet down shortly without any intestine-ripping-off scream, Allard nodded quietly. Not bad, kid. You have the potential to be a good cauldron. Here, take 5 bottles of solid pellets to refill your energy. Yeah, whenever you're done with the pellets, just find me to take more. I'm sure I won't let you suffer from pellet shortage. He paused for a while and then waved his hand. You should get down there too, the bottom deck. Human cauldrons stay there. Without my permission, you are not allowed to wander. Sure, Yin was actually sending his greetings to 18 generations of that old man's family in his head. However, he proactively descended each deck of this big steamship. After 5 decks, he didn't find the staircase anymore, so he stopped there. This area had many small cabins. It seemed like all of them were occupied. Shi Yan could smell the pungent, stinky odor rising from many cabins. People staying inside those cabins seemed to not have gone out for a long time or taken a shower. That was why they had such an unpleasant smell. Shi Yan pinched his nose, trying to find a relatively clean cabin to stay. It had only one bed inside and nothing else. Trying to press down the desire to vent out his anger, Shi Yan stayed idle in this cabin, trying to ignore the gross smell of this area. The first thing he wanted to do was to release his soul consciousness to survey the ship. At the 5th deck of the steamship, Shi Yan's soul consciousness couldn't sense the operations of the upper decks. From the 4th deck upward, it seemed to have some kinds of barriers to prevent the energy of soul consciousness to probe around for sensing the activities and energy fluctuations of living things in those decks. There were more than 100 small cabins in this 5th deck, including 82 smaller rooms with living beings inside. Those energy fluctuations of those living beings changed from time to time. Sometimes it was strong, and at other times it was quite weak. It should be because of the change in blood qi. This spoke up the fact that this deck imprisoned all medicinal cauldrons, and the change in blood qi happened due to using pellets. While he was sensing the area, he often heard the painful whines and groans. It was obvious that those cauldrons had the medicinal animals taking shelter. The pellets they were refining weren't high quality, since the realms of those warrior cauldrons weren't high. A rare number of them were at the true God realm, while the majority of them were at the spirit realm and sky realm. After a while, Shi Yan found that someone's energy fluctuation had disappeared. It meant that person had just died. In the next moment, someone appeared on the staircase, coming to the room where that dead man dwelled. He threw the body out of the deck to prevent the pungent smell from polluting the air of the upper decks. Shi Yan observed for a while. Then he retrieved his soul consciousness as he decided not to wait furthermore. He must break through to the 2nd sky of true God realm as soon as possible. Shi Yan didn't dare to waste more time. Chapter 714. Breaking Through in Adversity. Chapter 714. Breaking Through in Adversity. He didn't dare to break through when he was in the 6th herbal star. It was because Shi Yan didn't know how valuable he was to Nita. He was afraid that if he showed them his marvelous innate endowment, the others would be afraid of him, and then they would try to destroy him instead of giving him more time to grow. This wasn't something he wanted to see. However, after surveying this place for a while, he knew that his presence brought big benefits to Bai Rou. There were many king god realm warriors on this steamship. Even if he showed his talents by breaking through to the 2nd sky of true God realm, since the others needed him to produce the god-developing pellets, they would have to keep him. With this thought, he didn't need to ponder for more. Shi Yan wanted to advance to the new realm immediately. It required expanding the essence Qi ancient tree in order to break through to the 2nd sky of true God realm from the 1st sky. Also, he needed to clean and wet his soul sacrificial altar to get a new, good grasp of his power Upanishads. To Shi Yan, it wasn't a big deal. After so many days taking in the solid pellets, Shi Yan's essence Qi ancient tree had been filled with abundant energy. And after he had absorbed the soul altar of that dark clan's expert using the devouring original essence Upanishad, the mysterious energy in his body was plentiful, which also enhanced his powers a little more. Then he had spent a good deal of time exploiting the 5-colored perish essence for days and nights inside the meteorites, which had improved his knowledge and usage of the 3 power Upanishads. Staying on the lowest deck of the steamship, Shi Yan took a solid pellet and tried to disperse its energy in his body. This made his spirit, soul, and qi reach the peak again. After the immortal martial spirit had healed his broken tendons and vessels, Shiryen gained his consciousness and focused on expanding his essence, Qi Ancient Tree, one more time. It wasn't a difficult task, especially to a person who had been through extreme pains like him. The pain he had to endure while enlarging his essence, Qi Ancient Tree, wasn't as intense as he had thought. Many wisps of essence, Qi, were moving disorderly in his stomach. His blood Qi also scattered and gathered inside the essence Qi tree, urging it to thrive. The ancient tree was made of essence Qi. When pouring energy into it to make it expand, it always brought an extreme pain along with it. At the same time, pure energy from his stomach flowed into his sea of consciousness to wash his soul, sacrificial altar. Shiryan's god soul was calm and sound. He pulled himself together and concentrated on the tier of power Upanishads. 3 soul seals appeared clearly in his god soul in this magical realm. However, as Shiryen was concentrating wholly to perceive the essence of his powers, he hadn't recognized it yet. Time flew by quietly. Gradually, energy fluctuations of power Upanishad appeared visibly from him. Starlight of the outer space that the naked eye couldn't see crept through the deck, falling on him. Mysteries of death and life flowed in his heart. Inside this deck, energy fluctuation of death and life arose, creating a gravitational field that covered all human cauldrons. Since those human cauldrons had low realms, they didn't have much knowledge of power Upanishads. In the coverage of the death and life intent domain, their lives were taken away unknowingly. Their vitality evaporated due to some mysterious power. Sure, Yen didn't know that his upgrading process had damaged the other human cauldrons in this deck badly. Still, Sure Yen was sinking in his realm perception state. Slowly, fine wisps of space appeared in his cabin. The power of the chaotic space twirled fast and constantly, slashing down his small cabin. As his essence Qi Ancient Tree was expanding, the change of his body became clearer. Shortly his god soul sublimated. The energy moving around him started to cease, and the gravitational field disappeared. His breaking through had caused death of half of the human cauldrons in this area. Soon, the experts on the upper decks got this information. Allard woke, Bai-Ro up to report this situation. What? Bai-Ro looked sleepy-headed. She rubbed her eyes while trying to pull herself together. You said that he suddenly broke through the next realm. Allard was wearing an odd countenance. He nodded. It's unbelievable, as he's in the human cauldron state. His blood Qis constantly taken. However, he hasn't been exhausted, but broke through a new realm. This man is really inexplicable. Bai-Ro's jade-like face was full of surprise. She contemplated for a while and then said, people who could break through in the human cauldron state are all dangerous characters. Does he actually come from a low-grade continent? Who knows? Allard shook his head. Fergie found him. Perhaps we should ask to make it clear. If that boy comes from a high-grade continent and Fergie captured him while he was traveling, later on when he escapes or his seniors find him, it would be big trouble. Get Fergie here, Bai-Ro said resolutely. Allard nodded and left quickly. Not long after that, he brought Fergie, who was also surprised. I'm sure he comes from a low-level continent, because he didn't even know the 3 major realms of the God Realm. Accompanying him were some experts at the true God Realm. They were at the low realm as well. Fergie also recognized how serious it could be, so she hurried to ensure the others. I don't dare to deceive Miss Bai-Ro. Don't worry, he won't cause trouble. Hearing her explanation, Bai-Ro could ease her mind. She pondered for a while and then talked to Allard. You should keep an eye on him. Although he comes from a low-level continent, we can't underestimate him. You have to settle this matter. We will never let him leave alive. Or else, when he gets stronger, he will be a headache for us. Allard nodded heavily. I understood. All right, I'm going to rest more. Call me when we get to the drifting gold sand area. And focus on him. Bai Ro advised the old man, then left. Since his essence Qi ancient tree had expanded, his power Upanishads were all cleaned, and his god soul had sublimated. Shi Yan advanced sufficiently, reaching the second sky of true God realm. At this moment, Shi Yan felt exhausted. He found his essence Qi ancient tree was drained again, but it also had grown a new large section, which required a tremendous amount of energy to fill it up. As he wanted to use the solid pellet, he felt something, frowning while looking ahead of him. A tender figure descended, looking at him with complicated eyes. It was Fergie. She steadied her body in Shi Yan's cabin, frowning while gazing at him. After a while, she said, "Don't blame me. I was reluctant in doing that. I left Enmo on my own. If he reports me, my superiors won't spare me. Only handing you to Granny would give me a way out. Granny would help me beg for mercy, so that I can continue to live." Shi Yan kept his dark and sinister visage, but didn't say a word. "Your innate endowment isn't bad with an enormous blood qi. You won't die after being the human medicinal cauldron," Fergie continued. "Surviving in outer space isn't easy at all. Just consider that I've given you a big hand. You know, warriors from low-grade continents would have a pathetic ending when they come here eventually. You're good here. Many people were killed right when they saw outer space." She understood that Shi Yan had a lot of mysterious yet marvelous stuff on his body. As she couldn't calm her nerves, she came here to check. "Are you done?" Shi Yan waited until she finished her monologue and then asked with mocking eyes. Fergie nodded. "Then get the F***CK off." Fergie's face changed in fright. She became colder, gazing at him maliciously. "You don't know how to consider the situation. I think you can't leave this place alive." Shi Yan laughed faintly with his dark face, but he didn't reply. Fergie got embarrassed. She nodded and didn't talk more, leaving the place to her cabin in the upper deck to rest. Shi Yan's eyes were cold and gloomy, gazing at her figure until she disappeared. Afterward, Shi Yan pursed his lips, beaming a fiendish grin as he took out the solid pellet and swallowed it. It would help him refill the exhausted essence, Qi ancient tree, and restore his power, bringing him back to his peak. He couldn't see the sun, moon, or stars from this place, so Shi Yan didn't know how much time had passed. However, from time to time, he found that one of the human cauldrons died. Their bodies would be thrown directly to outer space, being torn apart by the furious energy storm there. Shi Yan didn't know the destination of this giant bronze steamship. He wanted to know, but he couldn't ask anyone. Around him were so many human medicinal cauldrons, but they were all struggling to survive under the torture of the medicinal animals. Even though Shi Yan had asked them many times, they had no extra strength to answer even a single question. Today, Shi Yan had absorbed the medicinal efficacy of 3 pellets. After he had taken them in all, he felt quite full. He walked out of his small cabin, strolling back and forth in this lowest deck. Sometimes he pushed open the door of a cabin to check. Each cabin held a warrior of different races. Shi Yan found members of the Dark Spirit Clan, the Ghostmark Clan, Human Clan, and even the Dark Clan. Most of them didn't have a high realm. They were all bony and looked more like the skeleton of a crying ghost covered by a skin coat. Those people didn't look like living beings anymore. This was caused by losing too much blood and flesh. Those people were dying slowly in their cabin. The medicinal animals would suck all of their blood qi, or the pellets would destroy their body's functions. When they saw Shi Yan, there was no light of life in their eyes anymore. Despair and death covered them. They didn't answer Shi Yan's questions or want to utter a word. As they knew they would never escape this place, their hearts had died even before their bodies. After entering more than 10 rooms, the same scene repeated in front of Shi Yan's eyes. He felt his heart sink to the bottom. His face became more grimaced. The force that Fergie belonged to didn't have any humanity, worth mentioning. To produce pellets, they could use living beings to be their cauldrons, using their blood and flesh to feed the medicinal animals. All were to make some pellets. The reality was always cruel. The strong could do anything they wanted, and no one could stop them. If one wanted to detach from their restraint, one had to be stronger than them. Only when one could scare the other, one could live better than them. Shi Yan sauntered inside the deck, entering each cabin and asking people staying inside. If the other didn't answer, he would leave to another cabin. Soon, Shi Yan reached the last cabin. Suddenly he let out a surprised scream, as if he had found something strange. Chapter 715, Raging Flame Star Area. Chapter 715, Raging Flame Star Area. This cabin wasn't similar to the other rooms, as Shi Yan couldn't push it open, with its door having a barrier. Also, this dark green door was somehow specially customized with a faint halo glowing and moving on it. The power of the barrier on this door had prevented Shi Yan's soul consciousness from sensing the interiors. In other words, Shi Yan had missed this cabin all this while. Shi Yan immediately confirmed that the one inside this cabin was a special human cauldron. He couldn't press down his curiosity, studying the barrier on the door. Shi Yan sent his soul consciousness to observe the structure of the barrier. Making barrier was a method of using energy to build formations. Different energy intensity levels would create different functions of a barrier. Some barriers were best at defending, while other barriers could counterattack fiercely. Shi Yan studied the barrier on the door and found that it was portrayed quite complicatedly. It was formed by 5 different types of energies distributed equally, but the energy in each section was different, making it form a magical barrier. Shi Yan couldn't understand this barrier, so he couldn't resolve it. At the same time, he wasn't sure if he could break it with force. Even if he could do that, he didn't dare to take risks, because once he did that, the master who made this barrier would know about it via his soul consciousness immediately. If he couldn't get in, he wouldn't spend more time thinking about how to beat this barrier. Shi Yan contemplated in front of this door for a while and then released a beam of his soul consciousness with space power, piercing through the door. Shi Yan's soul consciousness had been added with space power, so he didn't need to worry about being blocked by the barrier. Shortly, his wisps of soul consciousness got to the cabin through the barrier on the door. However, it was strange that his soul consciousness couldn't see the interior of the cabin. He could only feel it was a gray and gloomy area, having the flow of energy of some living being. That living being found him shortly, as a thought was sent to his soul consciousness. "Who are you?" Shi Yan contemplated for a while and then explained. "I'm one of the human cauldrons in this deck. They imprison me to produce the god developing pellets for the owner of this steamship, by row. I'm from a low-level continent. I have no idea about outer space. I don't know the owner of this ship either. I have no clue about this world." Medicinal cauldrons, the others thought, was paused for a long while before talking again. "As you can still walk around, your condition isn't bad at all. Seems you still can survive for a while." Shi Yan forced a smile, not knowing how to continue this topic. "What realm are you at?" the other asked, since he saw Shi Yan staying silent. "Second sky of True God Realm," Shi Yan answered honestly. "Only the second sky of True God Realm? Sai too low." The other seemed to be disappointed. "At this realm, you have no hope to escape. If they want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping one's hand. You will have no chance to escape your human medicinal cauldron state." Shi Yan felt bitter. "How about you? Are you a human cauldron too? Why have He isolated you with such a barrier?" Hearing his questions, the other seemed to be enraged. His soul consciousness was also disorderly. Suddenly he got something. "How could your soul consciousness get here?" "My soul consciousness is a bit unique. The Upanishad I've cultivated isn't the same as normal people. The energy of barriers can't stop me. Shi Yan was still cautious as he didn't talk about his space power. Since he didn't know the other's identity, and after the wild scheme Fergie had set him up with, he was cautious towards everybody. Although the barrier doesn't stop you, we can only talk. The other calmed down. You shouldn't stay here. Don't let the others find your operation. They will trouble you. Sure, Yin put up guard on hearing the other's advice. He nodded, returning to his small cabin. Despite the space between them, he could still contact with the other. I want to know the situation of this ship. Which force does it belong to? How strong is this force? You're just a cauldron at the second sky of true God realm. Even if you know about it, what you can do. Do you think you can escape your destiny? We still need to try. Without trying, should we accept our fate? This steamship belongs to the General Commander of the Underworld League. Underworld League in the Raging Flame Star area's the strongest force of the strongest forces. They have so many hotshots, and experts are everywhere. By Tion's one of the 3 general commanders. He is at the original God Realm. He has many King God Realm subordinates. By Rose, the owner of this steamship, and by Tion's daughter. The others seemed to be too bored, so he explained to Shi Yan in detail. Underworld League in the Raging Flame Star area has more than 100 life stars and many mineral stars. It's a mighty force. People that belong to this force have a diamond-like mark on their foreheads. I think you know this already. Yes, I know. But what are the life stars? You're from a low-level continent indeed, the other disdained him. The stars that have heaven and earth energy moving around, suitable for living beings to live and cultivate, are considered life stars, just like the continent you come from. People can't live on the mineral stars. Well, it isn't suitable for living beings to cultivate and break through. However, the mineral stars have many types of ores and crystals that attract people more than the life stars. Shi Yan wanted to ask more, but he suddenly retrieved his soul consciousness, staying quietly in his small cabin. Not long afterward, Allard appeared on the staircase. He bared his teeth, then grinned and waved his hand toward Shi Yan. The 100-legged centipede flew out of Shi Yan's arm immediately. Allard surveyed his centipede for a while. Then his eyes brightened up happily. He laughed contentedly while nodding his head. Not bad, not bad. Your progress is quite fast. Afterward, he took out some god-developing pellets from the centipede. Next, in front of Shi Yan, he fed the 100-legged centipede many medicinal ingredients before letting it return to Shi Yan's arm, leaving him 3 new solid pellet bottles. Allard squinted at him. Kid, behave and produce medicines for me. After it's all done, perhaps I won't return you to Nita. I will set you free directly. Allard left with great satisfaction. Shi Yan's face was as calm and cold as water, his eyes sharp and chilled. After the man left, he snorted. After Allard had left, he continued to use solid pellet to increase his blood chi and refill the consumed essence chi of his ancient tree. He was quite relaxed, though. After each time he consumed the medicinal power of the solid pellets, while the immortal martial spirit was healing his body, he would talk to the man in the other cabin. Through him, Shi Yan got more information of the Raging Flame Star area. According to him, the Raging Flame Star area consisted of several hundred life stars and many mineral stars. Different races and living beings were dwelling together there. The Underworld League was an extremely mighty force. It was considered the best of the best forces in the Raging Flame Star area. The Underworld League had strict rules on ranking. Besides the hegemon, it had 3 other general commanders guarding the other places and around 10 League Guard elders. Rumors said that they were all experts with profound realms and extraordinary cultivation base. There was no racial discrimination in the Raging Flame Star area and the Underworld League. Different races could live together, and as long as they were strong enough, they could earn positions and power. just like the 3 general commanders and the League Guard elders. Each of them had their own life stars. Some even had several life stars and mineral stars. They could govern the stars and take all the harvest. Sure, Yen focused on the life stars. He understood that each life star was like the Grace mainland, which was full of heaven and earth energy, pretty suitable for warriors to live and cultivate. Life stars were classified according to their energy cycle. Just like the ranking of blacksmiths and alchemists, life stars were ranked in the scale of 7. Level 7 was the highest level, and level 1 was the lowest level. They even had someone specialized in measuring the energy of a life star to classify it. Life stars that had come to an end of its energy cycle, like the Grace mainland, according to the ranking of the Raging Flame Star area, were considered the lowest level, as they were about to drain up and be abandoned. Shi Yen became curious to know more about the Raging Flame Star area, listening to the other's explanation. He had a beam of hope growing in his heart. He had a dream that he could escape one day and have his own life star. At that time, he could bring his family and friends from the perpetual night forest in the Grace mainland there for a better life. The Raging Flame Star area had some special vehicles that could travel across the meteorite sea without being affected by the brutal energy storms of outer space. If ordinary warriors could stay in those vehicles, they could also escape the storm. This bronze steamship was that sort of a vehicle. Since it had been portrayed with so many mysterious and complicated formations, it could resist the furious energy storm. If he could have a life star and a vehicle like this one, he could pick up his family and friends in the perpetual night forest. With this thought, Shi Yen had found an exit for people in the Grace mainland through his trip to the foreign land. However, the premise was that he had to escape the Raging Flame Star area. On some day later on, when he had just finished refilling his blood chi using the solid pellet, and while he was about to contact the other, he felt a small tremor come from under his feet. After that, the ship stopped moving. Shi Yan's soul consciousness went through the barrier to the cabin of the other. The other sent his thought to Shi Yan first. "Help me with this." Shi Yan was surprised. He pondered for a while and then probed. "What?" "We're supposed to arrive at the drifting gold sand area. That's why the ship stops. Later on, when you have a chance, help me collect some drifting gold sand. It's useful to me." Drifting gold sand? Shi Yan frowned, using his soul consciousness to ask the other. "I don't get it. What kind of sand is it? What's it good for?" "It's the fine gold sand. We have so much out there. This fine sand has a strong erosive ability. Perhaps it could melt the barrier confining me. You should be careful. Don't let the others realize your plan. If I can get out of here, you'll receive good things for sure." "I can try, but I'm not sure," he paused and then continued. "Is it dangerous to collect the drifting gold sand? Can you expose yourself in outer space?" "Yes." "So it's not dangerous. Remember, don't let anybody know about it. Otherwise, both of us will be in big trouble." "Sure." After they had finished, Shi Yan walked out of his cabin, putting on a faint visage and then climbing the staircase to reach the main deck. Although he looked natural, he was discreetly cautious. Chapter 716 Big Business Deal. Chapter 716 Big Business Deal. Many warriors were standing on the main deck of the giant bronze steamship. Allard and Biro were also there, walking back and forth casually. Big rocks floated outside the ship, glistening with a glorious golden hue. Bizarre, fine sand flowed from those golden rocks. Following the wind, grains of this kind of fine gold sand scattered everywhere. At first glance, Shi Yan felt like he was floating in a fine gold sand sea. Those fine gold grains sparkled with a dazzling gold hue while floating slowly here and there. From a further distance, Fulgent stars shone radiantly like numerous diamonds inlaid in the universe, giving him a calm and peaceful feeling. Sure, Yin could see some people standing on the gold rocks and hitting them. Those people had different realms, but the lowest realm was the sky realm. Most of them had the spirit realm or true god realm cultivation base. Also, Shi Yan saw a king god realm expert who had a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. He seemed to be supervising the others as he was screaming continually. Watching for a while, Shi Yan knew that this drifting gold sand area was another mining area of the Underworld League. Those warriors with the relatively low realms were the miners, collecting drifting gold sand for the League. This mining area surely belonged to Bai Tian, one of the general commanders of the Underworld League. As soon as Bai Ro appeared, the King God Realm Warrior came and greeted her. Then he reported her something, showing her a logbook. Bai Ro checked it for a while, then nodded and waved her hand. Next, that King God Realm expert pitched his voice high, like thunder, asking the miners to bring the drifting gold sand they had collected. They brought over the sand contained in a conical barrow. The miners then pushed the conical barrows, which were full of gold sand, towards the fourth deck of the big steamship. Soon, Allard saw Shi Yan. He frowned, walking towards him with an unhappy countenance. "Why are you up here?" "It's too boring down there. I'm here to take some fresh air and widen my knowledge." Shi Yan wore an indifferent face, watching here and there deliberately. "Does it affect your work?" Allard snorted, gazing at him. Seeing him doing nothing strange, he continued, "Just watch. Do not do anything. Otherwise, Tarumph." Shi Yan acted naturally. He nodded, but didn't answer, just watching the drifting gold sand around, thinking about how to collect it. After Bai Ro had arranged everything, she peeked at him from a distance. Then it seemed she got interested in him, walking towards him directly. When she stood firmly in front of him, she spoke up with an arrogant face. "You said that you're from a low-grade continent. What's it called?" "The Grace Mainland." Shi Yan contemplated for a while and then replied honestly. "The Grace Mainland." A skeptical gleam flashed in Bai Ro's pupils, searching in her head for a while. She then shook her head, talking faintly. "Never heard of it before. How could you get to the Meteorite Sea?" "Using a bone formation made of the skeletons of many beasts. After we got here, the energy of those bones had been consumed completely. They all turned into ashes and scattered." Shi Yan's face was natural. He didn't conceal anything because he also wanted to know the location of the Grace Mainland and hoped that he could return someday to pick up his family and friends. "Your innate endowment isn't bad. You could break through to the second sky of True God Realm while being the medicinal cauldron. It has proven your competence." Bai Ro lifted her head, revealing her snow-white neck while frowning her dark brows. "You don't need to blame heaven or earth. Everybody who comes from the low-level continents has to go through strenuous training. Many people become slaves, miners, or medicinal cauldrons not long after they get here. If their fortune isn't good, they will be killed shortly. If you can help me produce more god-developing pellets, I agree not to send you back to the 6th herbal star." Sure, Yin sneered in his heart. He had no trust in people in the outer space. However, his words were different. "Thank you. I, of course, will do my best." "Yeah, just arrange things for yourself. Be honest, and I won't mistreat you," Bai Ro nodded. "If you're lucky enough, I'll introduce you to join the Underworld League. At that time, you'll get rid of being the medicinal cauldron, and you can step on the raging flame star area." Shi Yan cracked a smile, but didn't answer. Bai Ro didn't continue this topic. She called for Allard and the 3 King God Realm experts on the steamship to arrange stuff for the next journey. Shi Yan watched everything carefully. Then, when they didn't notice, he took the chance and returned to the exit door leading to the staircase, waiting there. A miner, pushed the conical barrow passing by him. Looking at the drifting gold sand in the barrow, a gleam of light sparkled in his eyes. The drifting gold sand was contained in the fourth deck of the ship, right above his cabin. That deck seemed to be a massive container for storing the ores or other mineral goods they'd been collecting along the way. Then they would be transported to the life star of Byro's father. He quietly descended the staircase, leaning against the wall to make way for the miners pushing the drifting gold sand to the fourth deck. 3 king god realm warriors were guarding the door to that warehouse. Their sharp eyes opened wide, scrutinizing everybody to prevent them from stealing the drifting gold sand. Shi Yen stayed aside and observed for a while. He touched his forehead, and a flame ignited on the soul altar. The 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame appeared, with its aura concealed as it discreetly hid behind a barrow. In Shi Yan's Heaven Flame's altar, the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame was the most cunning one. It was good at stealthy concealing, and its unique energy waves could prevent the others from detecting it. Shortly, the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame got back to him, still hiding its entity, disappearing into his sleeve. A handful of drifting gold sand stayed in his sleeve, and no one detected this operation. His face was still calm, mounting down the staircase, neither slowly nor fast, towards the lowest deck of the ship. The other 3 king god realm experts guarding the fourth deck scanned their eyes on him thoroughly, but found nothing strange. Once Shi Yen disappeared into the staircase leading to the lowest deck, they retrieved their scrutinizing look. Shi Yen got into his cabin and closed the door. He didn't hurry to contact the other. First, he stashed most of the drifting gold sand into his storage ring, leaving just a pinch of sand in his palm. The fine gold sand murmured like water. This sand had strong erosive power, but it didn't aim at the flesh and blood. Nothing strange happened to his palm. However, as soon as he put some grains on the corner of the room, it suddenly emitted a gray smoke as if it were eroded. Shi Yen changed his face as he found that the characteristics of this sand were quite strange. Except for flesh and blood, all other kinds of matter would be eroded. Shi Yen didn't know what kind of treasures needed drifting gold sand to be fabricated. He pondered for a while and then contacted the other, sending a message. I got it. Did you get caught? No. Good. When the ship departs again, you should rub the drifting gold sand on the barrier on the door of my cabin. What do I get for that? If I can get out of here, you can escape this ship, and you don't need to be a human cauldron anymore. I'm not hurried. I don't want to leave for now, although that medicinal animal's taking my blood, qi, constantly. It doesn't affect me much. It's not the best offer you've given me. You should think carefully to see if you have anything worth me risking my life to help you. If I help you and the others figure it out, I will be put in misery. If the benefits aren't big enough, I won't take such risks. You. Why are you so strange? You want to be a human cauldron? Didn't you count how many human cauldrons have died on this deck? Of course I know. Well, they aren't me. They will die, but I won't. Anyhow, if they find out that I helped you, I would surely die then. And when you get out of your cabin, are you sure you can escape this ship? What's your realm? I have no clue about you. I don't want to step into your trap. After the experience he gained from Fergie, Shi Yen always put up guard against everybody. He would never listen to only one side and would never act rashly. What do you want? What can you offer me? The other kept silent for a while. Shi Yen wasn't hurried to send another message, giving the other time to consider. I can see you're interested in the life stars. After we're done with this, I'll give you a rank 2 life star as payment. What do you think? The other pondered for a long while and then sent him his thought eventually. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. You have got life stars? How could you have life stars? Harumph. I'm Prince Du Feng of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. What's strange if I have my life stars given by my father? Prince, you are a prince? Why are you captured and imprisoned here? The other quieted down. From the situation of the raging flame star area the other had told him, Shi Yan knew the dark firmament divine nation was like the underworld league. It was an extremely mighty force in the star area. The dark firmament divine nation had many life stars and mineral stars. Many strong experts had exploited the old royal regime to stand firmly on the raging flame star area. The king of the dark firmament divine nation was one of the most powerful experts of the raging flame star area. He was extremely dangerous for sure. The temptation of a life star was tremendous to Shi Yan. If he could have a life star of his own, he could bring all of his family and friends here and solve the most difficult problem of the Grace mainland, the shortage of energy. Thus, he pondered for a while and then sent the message again. How can I believe you? How could Du Feng betray his own words? The other seemed to be enraged. It's just a rank 2 life star. You think I can't give it to you? Why do I need to deceive you? If you change your mind, I would have nothing I could do. How about you use your ancestor's name to pledge? Although it's not so strong, it's better than nothing. I have to take big risks for you. You should make a pledge to ease my mind. The other got enraged badly. You're just a cauldron at the true God realm. You dare to force me using my ancestor's name to pledge? If you can't make a solemn promise, we have nothing to continue. You can wait there. I'm not hurried at all. All right, you're good. Be *starred. The other calmed down his rage. He resentfully used the name of the ancestor of his dark firmament divine nation to make a vow, saying that when he could escape this place, he would give Shi Yan a rank 2 life star as his payment. Deal. Shi Yan thought for a while. After he could confirm that the other's wording had nothing wrong, he sent the other his approval. Chapter 717, The God Domain. Chapter 717, The God Domain. Shi Yan applied the drifting gold sand equally on the corners of Du Feng's door, seeing the drifting gold sand eroding the barrier little by little, yet not causing any big commotion. Shi Yan could finally ease his mind. In the next period of time, he still used the solid pellet to recover his power and train his body. Sure, Yan didn't notice how fast time had passed. After an unknown period of time, Shi Yan suddenly detected Du Feng's soul consciousness proactively come to him from his cabin. Shi Yan was startled. He crept to Du Feng's cabin and found that the drifting gold sand had eroded a small corner of the barrier. Du Feng's soul consciousness had sneaked out through that tiny corner. You can get out already? Shi Yan was struck. All right, what's your realm? Even if you can get rid of the barrier, will you be able to leave? At this moment, I can't. Anyway, since the barrier is torn, I can send messages to you. Not long afterward, people from my dark firmament divine nation will come for me. Du Feng grinned fiendishly. Wait until the hotshots of the dark firmament divine nation come. I will make that be *TCH, wish to die rather than to live. By Ro. Who else then? Why have they captured you? Doesn't matter to you. Du Feng was so embarrassed that he got angry. You don't need to poke your nose in other things. What I've promised you, I will do. Shi Yan nodded. He didn't continue the topic, but returned to his cabin. Not long after that, Allard came down there another time to harvest the god-developing pellets from the 100-legged centipede. He put more materials into the insect, then gave Shi Yan 5 more bottles of the solid pellet to help him recover his body. Shi Yan was happy and relatively free. He felt that it wasn't too harsh to live here. Every day, he used the solid pellets to restore his essence qi and wet his body, which would help him improve his powers. Eventually, Shi Yan found that his realm had been advanced greatly. Such life where he didn't need to worry about the outer world and just focus on his cultivation was quite useful to his martial path. Fergie hadn't come down here anymore. Since Shi Yan had scolded her, she got it and didn't visit him to be scolded again. However, Bai Rou would come to check him from time to time as if she were interested in him. She was curious that he had never been exhausted as a human medicinal cauldron. Quite the contrary, he had been progressing well day by day. Shi Yan had no good feelings for this lady. Every time he talked to her, he just wanted to finish it quickly. Anything he could conceal about himself, he had tried his best to hide it all. If he couldn't hide, he would try to lie to make the lady confused. Today he stayed on the lowest deck of the steamship and took in 3 solid pellets at the same time. His spirit, soul, and qi had gained a lot of benefits from this kind of pellets. Shi Yan was glad to feel the wild, mighty power in his body. Right at this minute, the giant bronze steamship suddenly had a grumbling explosion, as if a heavy object had just hit the ship. It trembled hard when an energy fluctuation as heavy as a collapsing mountain burst off on the deck of the ship. It woke Shi Yan up with a pale face. Du Feng immediately sent him a surprising message. "My men are here. Haha, I want to peel off the face of that *TCH this time." Shi Yan was struck. He understood that he finally had a chance to overturn his situation. He didn't dare to crane his head out of the cabin, just waiting in silence at his spot. The ship trembled harder. Tremendous energy attack bloomed from the upper decks. Such earth-shaking energy movement seemed to be strong enough to destroy an entire planet. It was so strong that it made Shi Yan's soul tremble uneasily. Boom! A massive impact transmitted from the deck under his feet. This bronze steamship seemed to be pierced through as the intense gust of outer space started to flood in, wrecking many small cabins. Many human cauldrons were smashed under such formidable pressure. Shi Yan discolored a little bit. He understood that staying on the deck wasn't a wise move. But since he didn't know the direction of the other party's attacks, if they hit his area, he wouldn't have a chance to dodge. Perhaps he would be killed instantly. Shi Yan hesitated for a while. Then he walked out of the cabin and climbed the staircase to reach the main deck of this massive bronze steamship. Du Feng didn't make any big commotion in his small room. He was still waiting. Shi Yan got to the main deck with a dark face, but his eyes were sparkling. The outer space was dark and frosty. Stars twinkled from far away, while energy storms were wreaking havoc around the ship. Bai Rou, Allard, and the other 3 King God realm experts were fighting the enemies, which were probably the armed force of the dark firmament divine nation. They were wearing orange fighting clothes and gears, holding different sharp weapons in their hands. Those weapons were huge, around 3 or 4 meters long, exuding a brutal lethality. Those people didn't come from the same race, but they wore the same uniform. The energy waves rippled from them were formidable. This group had 5 King God realm warriors. Those 5 experts were enough to stop Bai Rou, Allard, and the 3 King God realm warriors of their side. Powers from their weapons were urged, which were the most profound power, creating the God domain. They were like the most furious energy storms, destroying everything on their way. Only the King God realm warrior, who had the God body and a certain control over the power Upanishads, could create the God domain. Each God domain was different, but they were all sharp and lethal. One of them had the God domain of metal class, which was almost unbreakable. Wherever the God domain passed by, the rigid deck of the ship exploded, as if many sharp sabers had slashed on it. Such tyrannical energy movement had scared Shi Yan seriously. He understood that if the God domain covered him, even his abnormal sturdy body wouldn't be able to stand a blow. Allard was covered inside the God domain. He had to use pellets continually to supplement the consumed energy. However, he couldn't endure for long. His body sparked like a block of metal being polished. He looked totally distressed. The others had different classes of God domains due to different power they had perceived. Their domains also had different effects. It seemed like Bai Ro was using water techniques. After she released her god domain, it was like she was covered by an immense, shoreless ocean. Whenever the others' attacks reached her, they would be neutralized by the water power. After getting through many layers, all attacks were weakened to the point they could do no harm to her. While they were engaging in a furious battle, no one had paid attention to Shi Yan, who had just got out of the deck. Shi Yan had time to observe the situation. On this massive bronze steamship, there were many warriors under Bai Ro's order. Around 500 warriors with low realms were scared off by the god domains. They had tried to stay as far away from the god domains as possible. Fergie was also there. She hid in the back area of the deck to watch the things happening on the main deck. Seeing the god domain about to reach this area, she proactively moved aside to get rid of its coverage. Seeing Shi Yan, a strange gleam appeared in her eyes, but she didn't persist her glance on Shi Yan as she had to change her location constantly. Hovering not far away from the big bronze steamship was a dazzling amethyst war chariot, around 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. It seemed to be cut and fabricated from a whole block of pure amethyst. In this dark space, it radiated gloriously with a blazing halo. There was a crown image portrayed on the top of the amethyst war chariot. Sitting leisurely under the crown was a charming and elegant figure. She was covered in layers of purple light that made it hard to see her real appearance. She seemed to not pay any attention to the battle over there. Shi Yan could see that she was eating some kind of fruits relaxedly. Shi Yan could notice that Fergie had always glued her eyes on the amethyst war chariot. Her face changed continually with deep fear. Even though Bai Ro and Allard were engaging in a fierce fight, they had to keep an eye on that purple chariot. Fright sparkled in their eyes, as if they knew the woman sitting there was really dangerous. "My good brother, you want to hide away until when, eh? Get your A*S out, quick!" A lazy voice that sounded like it came from heaven arose melodiously from the amethyst war chariot. It seemed to be able to run straight to human souls and enchant them. Her voice made people's souls sink into its beautiful melody and never want to get out. A quick enchantment appeared in Shi Yan's eyes, but he recovered fast, changing his face. That woman had a voice that could pierce through people's soul naturally and charmingly. It was like the nightmare that could run directly to the deepest level of people's hearts, making them powerlessly lazy and preventing them from raising their fighting will. This was a tremendous power indeed. Many warriors at the spirit realm and true god realm on the steamship under Bai Ro's command were bewildered on hearing that voice. They looked like they were struck by the body-fixing spell. Their faces were dull and dreamy, as if they were flying happily in their best dreams. Expressions of lust appeared on their faces as well. No one had seen her yet, but her seductive voice was enough to mess their minds. Shi Yan acclaimed her inside his head while circulating the power of the ice-cold flame, using its icy aura to relax his sea of consciousness and prevent the other from snatching his mind. Du Feng's cold voice eventually arose from the cabin. "Sis, why are you here?" "Well, if I didn't come here, did you want us to wait until they got you to the Underworld League and ask for several life stars and mineral stars as ransom?" The heavenly voice of the woman arose one more time. "Our father said that you will be grounded for 10 years this time. You always make troubles. Sai, you tell me, till when would our father no longer need to worry about you anymore?" A young, handsome man with a cold, gloomy face walked out of the cabin. His clothes were full of dust. Pungent odor rose from him from time to time. He was Prince Du Feng. How could he get out? Bai Ro paled. She shifted her look to Allard. "Didn't you say that the barrier has no flaws?" Allard was still fighting with the others. Hearing her, he paled, screaming continually. "I don't know. Theoretically, he should have never escaped." "Mwahaha. It used to be true. Your barrier can prevent the soul consciousness and seal all ways of communication. If I relied only on my power, I couldn't send my whereabouts to my men. Du Feng smiled darkly. Suddenly he rose his voice. Friend, where are you? We have always used the soul consciousness to talk, but have never met before. I don't know what you look like, mate. Du Feng's look raked through those people. An inexplicable smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Bai Ro and Allard darkened their faces on hearing him. Even the woman sitting in the amethyst, where Chariot, got startled. Later on, she laughed cheerily. Turns out you have got a partner. I say, you moron. How could you send the message while being confined? Who is so stupid that he helped my B***starred brother? Actually, I don't know whether to say thank or scold you for helping him. I don't want him to get out, you know? Ha. While the woman was talking, her amethyst war chariot slowly flew and harbored next to the giant bronze steamship. A purple figure floated up and then descended on the main deck amidst the scrutinizing look of so many people. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.